We'll call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, I believe we're reconvening from the other evening. Oh, do you want to make sure you've got IT going? Okay, thank you. Do we have any regrets for this evening, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, regrets to receive from Councillor Lischina.
Thank you. And I do understand from speaking with staff that the consultants are able to call in. They're virtual rather than being here in person. So just to let everybody know, if needed, they can be online to discuss. Our first delegation, and thank you again for your understanding last night. I'd like to ask Carolyn McMinn, Jim Goodfellow, Rick Snidel, Anya Cowan, and George Niblock to come. I believe you have a collective one right after the other, so to speak. So we'll start first with you. Each of you have your 10 minutes, and we'll clock you individually even though you're all there. Okay? So if you want to come forward.
You can stay there if you like.
Sure. Hi, Trish. Okay, you look good. Okay.
So I'll start first. Okay. All right, I need my glasses again. So good evening, everyone. My name is Carolyn McMinn, and I'm the president of the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association, as many of you probably know. To highlight the concerns of several residents' associations, this will be a sequential delegation. Oh, could I have the next slide, please? Sorry, I forgot to say that. With the TCRA, the CMGRA, which is Chartwell Maple Grove Residents Association, the Oakville Lakeside Residents Association will delegate separately, but we have collaborated so that we can all tell parts of the same story. We know we're supported by the Joshua Creeks Residents Association as well. We're sure that everyone has a vision for Midtown, and we're sure that those visions don't exactly align. But we want to start by saying thank you for giving us the opportunity to participate and give feedback in this planning process. This development will have a profound impact on Oakville as a whole, not just the residents who live close to this new urban landscape. The preferred concept before us tonight is not an acceptable vision for Midtown. Rather, something closer to what was detailed last night in the Sprawson delegation is far more appetising. Next slide, please. Okay, deliberately blank. And if you just click, the first bit will come up. Right, so this is our vision for, well, this is the current Midtown, and I'm going to paint a picture of what our vision is, because Oakville is a wonderful place to live and work. So this shows our amazing downtown, and if you click again, please, it'll show traditional family homes. If you click again, please, that shows the Grovewood Common in North Oakville, and then the final click, please, is the recent proposal of 42 Lakeshore Road. So we can see how Oakville is developing over time. And if you click once more, please, this shows the towers in Mississauga. The current preferred concept presented to us tonight will have many more towers than this in far less space. Could we please have the next slide? So, and if we click, we are not NIMBYs. I can promise you we are not NIMBYs. We want responsible growth. If you could click, please. Sorry, there's only a few of these slides. And then if you click once more, we say, but more than 50,000 people living in 1 square kilometres? I don't think so. It's going to cause transportation gridlock, and it'll put a huge strain on all the other services. Even Paris and Barcelona only have population densities around 25,000 people per square kilometre, and rarely above 6 stories in height. Could we click again, please? So Midtown, the kidult. It is that scruffy, underdeveloped, rectangular-shaped area between Cornwall Road, the QEW, 16 Mile Creek, and Chartwell Road. It's the kidult aged about 30, still living in your basement, never having realised their full potential, never having paid their own bills. It's the ugly duckling before it grew into a beautiful swan. Midtown can be developed into a beautiful, graceful swan if we are brave enough. However, if we let ourselves be swayed by what currently seems to be politically popular and expedient, it will be developed into an emu, a tall, ugly, ungainly, flightless bird, a relic from the dinosaur age, and it doesn't even taste good. Okay, next slide, please. So let me paint you a bit of a picture from what our vision for Midtown is. Okay, so it's a right-sized population. It's what the province has mandated, around about 20,000 people and jobs. It'll have amenities for everyone. There will be childcare to education, community parks and facilities, shopping and entertainment, and for some people, employment. So the right-sized population means that everybody gets to use the spaces as intended. Overpopulation means that these spaces get replaced with other things and become a lot less desirable. Unfortunately, that is the current reality for residents in Mississauga, in Liberty Village and Vaughan, to name a few areas of the GTA. We'd also like to have a visually attractive community, and we think that 25 stories is probably the maximum, and working out how to use whatever policy tools you have in order to limit it at that height. And we want a community built on a human scale that promotes human interaction. Human scale is where, when I'm in an apartment building, or a condo, or whatever you want to call them, and I look out the window, I can see the people and the cars and the trees clearly below me. And that's around about 12, 15 stories. If you get much beyond that, you lose the human scale. And we all know that if you've ever been into Toronto, you've been up to the CN Tower, you've had dinner up there, wherever, and you look down and you can barely see anyone. They're like tiny little ants, okay? That's not what we want. That doesn't engender any human interaction between people up there and people on the ground. So the human scale is very, very important. Next slide, please. So this slide shows what the density of Midtown will look like if we allow the development to proceed as per the preferred concept. So you can see the blue is to 2031, the orange is to 2051, and then the grey is what we were presented with last night, which is beyond 2051. And that's averaged over the 103 hectares, rather than working out whether we can build on 43 or 67 or however many. The floor space index is the tool of choice for trying to limit building heights. But however, we know it has nothing to do with population density, as Jonathan and his team showed us last night. Could I have the next slide, please? So we wanted a diverse demographic for Midtown. Singles, families, elders, recent migrants, with a mixed housing cost range from subsidised to luxury. If we look at the current development applications that have been submitted to the town, which seem to be being completely ignored in the preferred concept, we actually see Midtown as being developed primarily for singles, with over 70% of proposed units being single bedroom. As stated in the A Place to Grow August 2020 report, people aged over 60 will make up more than 25% of the population by 2041. Most of them won't be single, nor will they want to live in a 600 square foot dog box. Next slide, please. So we want a socially responsible place with early delivery of amenities. And if we look at the preferred concept, we discover that by 2031, there is not one new park. There is not one new school. There is not one new community centre. And we will have somewhere between 11, 12, 13,000 people and about 7,000 jobs there. We also want best practice crime prevention and best practice environmentally friendly building codes. I mean, the town declared a climate emergency in 2019, and yet here we are advocating for the most inefficient form of development ever. Okay, and I did circulate some reading material to the councillors over the weekend, which details that basically between 6 and 10 stories is the most environmentally friendly way for us to build. And also only 12% of, 12 out of 103 hectares is being designated for parks, like 50,000 people and their dogs. It's way too little, regardless of how many POPs developers will construct. And I'm not talking about the grey spaces, which are the inter-block connects or whatever they're called, but that are walkways between two buildings. Could I have the next slide, please? Traffic is also incredibly important, and we don't believe it's been addressed properly. When two of our directors actually attended the Transportation Master Plan meeting in early December, they discovered that Midtown wasn't being discussed. It wasn't on the agenda, and had been told that Midtown was developing its own traffic plans and would be then integrated back into the Oakville Master Plan, and we're yet to see anything of this. Point-to-point transportation is vitally important and will continue to be so for a very long time. Midtown will also be a building site for about 30 years, so how many times are we going to be digging up Cross Avenue, Trafalgar Road, Cornwall Road, Spears Road in that period of time? Pretending we can put tens of thousands of people in that narrow strip without dealing with this choke point is courting economic disaster as well. It applies to the businesses and services in and around the current downtown, as much as for those we hope would establish in the new area. Could I have the next slide, please? So the three concepts plus the preferred concept that we've seen so far are basically just moving Lego pieces around on a board. There was actually nothing new, revolutionary. I didn't see anything at all that was anything but tall towers of varying heights. Grand Boulevards is a concept that's been very successfully used in California. I believe someone else here tonight is going to detail more about it. It's housing up to 2 million people without increasing urban sprawl and without destroying existing neighbourhoods. It's a very interesting concept. I'm very happy to talk more about it later on, but I'll run out of time if I keep going. Could I have the next slide, please? We also think it's vitally important that the rules around the developments around train tracks and stuff be dealt with seriously, because there was that derailment in Mississauga a few years ago, and you could have lots of loss of life and stuff like that. And it's not just for shunting yards. It's actually to do with vibrations and noise and safety. And could I have the next slide, please? Right, so before the final concept is presented to the public in a couple of weeks, I invite you all on a field trip. Seriously, let's put boots on the ground and stop looking at pretty pictures. Let's go to Port Credit, to Mississauga, to the Humber River Black Creek development, to Liberty Village in Vaughan. Let's see what intensification looks like, feels like, is like at this level. Let's see how much open space and parkland there is, the public amenities, grocery stores, doctors, pharmacies, restaurants and takeouts. What's the traffic like? How safe do you feel in the walkways between buildings? Would you live here? Does it feel like a complete, vibrant community? Do we want this for Oakville? Let's be brave. Let's choose the Swan, the jewel in Canada's crown, the beautiful legacy to leave for future generations, something we can all be proud of. Future generations should look back and think of you as visionaries, not visually impaired. Whatever is developed during the next 8 years will set the stage and be the foundation for all of Midtown growth beyond 2031. Thank you for listening.
Well done. Do we have any questions? No questions. Thank you very much. Or did you? Sorry, Councillor has a deal.
Hi, Carolyn. Thanks very, very much. I just wanted to clarify this offer of taking a bus ride.
I'll drive.
So you were commenting about Port Credit, Liberty Village. I heard Vaughan.
Yep, so there's a development that is not dissimilar to Midtown. It's the Humber River Black Creek development. And I've spent a lot of time on the Toronto website having a look at what's going on there, and their average FSI, which is like 1.59. They still have some tall towers, but they have a lot of parking and they've developed a lot of community facilities, and it actually looks like something that would be great in Oakville.
Well, we may just take you up on that bus ride. Thanks very
Absolutely,
much.
very happy to.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Jim Goodfellow and Rick Snidel together, usually a tag team, are you not?
I'm keeping my partner behind me.
Oh, okay, wise move.
And I'm also going first.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councillors, and audience tonight. Madam Chair, if I could have your indulgence just for a minute before I get going, and it'll come out of my time easily. Ben Sprosson, who was with the Sprosson family team last night, made a presentation some months ago, and it was a little bit cursory, not quite to the point, but I thought that was a fairly impressive, comprehensive, professional presentation last night. And the indulgence I ask is if you and your committee could consider talking to your experts about the merits of that presentation. And we find that the divergence in the projections with one density versus a much, much higher density on the same piece of land is able to meet all the growth requirements. I think that requires us to think a bit more and understand how that could be. I think the first presentation went over and made a bit of a furor, but kind of got faded in the traffic since then. So with your indulgence, that's just a request I would appreciate. Switching back to Chartwell Maple Grove Residents Association, we're trying to group our people so we don't waste your time with redundancies. Jim and I have been asked to talk about risks, financial and otherwise, integration of Midtown to Oakville, and my writing, and beyond housing, other kind of amenities, retail, dining, and alternatives that really fill out the neighborhood. But to be reflective for a minute, as we look, and particularly as accountants, we look at the financial side of it. We're conscious of time and discounted cash flows and things like that. The first 10-year projection is 3 years gone, 30% gone. I don't see chances of shovels in the ground for several years. And we think it's a stretch to focus much beyond 2031 to see where we've got versus the presentations there. Starting in 2021, 22, the background of the furor and the change and the pressure on Midtown has been created by the Housing Affordability Task Force. And from Queen's Park, we had Bill 109, Bill 23, and Bill 39, without going into detail, all of which served to reduce the control of the municipality over the development in their turf. So this has been a cumulative reduction. All reduced control, and some of them reduce potential cost recovery, thus giving some concerns to my friend Jim tonight. However, the final Committee of the Whole, Jacobs report, this may be your last meeting. I don't know if it's going to stretch into tomorrow night as well. We'll see. Is an excellent roadmap, 83, I believe, slides, comprehensive, create quite a vision, and the current view of the project. But be very careful. It's not in the small print. It's in the regular print. These presentations express how Midtown could evolve over time. So I say they could evolve over time, and as you get out more than 10, 20 years, the accuracy is probably going to be reduced considerably. But that's to be expected. However, we know that there have been meetings with developers, there's been meetings with owners, there's been meeting with Metrolinx, there's been meeting with CN. So we know that the planners and the consultants have information we don't have. But we saw little clues, which are not surprising, that the public thinks the density is too high, the developers think it's too low. The public thinks there's not enough green space, the developers think the contrary. The public is interested in more pedestrian bridges to get off the island, which Midtown is, and no feedback from the developers. However, there's a lot of potential. I think this report presented a lot of details and mock-ups of what it could look like under different scenarios with different parts of the neighborhood, livability concepts, land use presentations, a lot of focus on space. The transportation mode within Midtown looks great, but I don't think it connects as well off the island, north, south, east, or west. The green space looks fantastic, and it looks great on the charts, but I don't believe the town of Oakville owns all that green space, so that raises a whole bunch of different questions. Height transitions to Cornwall are reflected in what we saw with respect to the mock-ups, but it's hard to tell if that will go forward. So the long-term vision is very good. The question is what's fact and what's fiction, and at this point in time, some of it could be science fiction, but we're going to focus on 2031, and let's see what we have to deal with. My next section I call in my notes realities, and there's a few realities we all have to be aware of here. And just to remind everybody, Queen's Park, through their various arms and channels, and also the OLT, are really in the driver's seat here. There are no density restrictions for us, just population targets from Queen's Park. There's no requirement for affordable housing, and I'm not aware of any designation that would affect Midtown that way. Early developers have already appealed to OLT. Queen's Park and the MPPs in Oakville, to my knowledge, are not engaged at all with respect to what's going on in Midtown. And to quote someone south of the border, build, baby, build seems to be what their slogan is for Midtown and others around the GTA. Metrolinx is a concern to me because they're responsible for transportation, but they seem to be more concerned about monetizing the great deal of real estate they own around Midtown. So to conclude, it's a complex process. It's just barely begun. The Midtown presentation has got some great stuff, which we should use as a dictionary of concepts and ideas rather than a roadmap specifically. And we should focus on the foundation, which is infrastructure and the road network and the acquisition layouts of the parks, green space, and connectors are very important. Remember, all the parties here want to be successful. We, the owners, the developers, Queen's Park, Oakville, and Canada. As you will notice, the feds are even meddling around in Midtown with the recent kerfuffle with Mr. Fraser. But having said all this, I'm positive and looking forward to this, and I will turn it over to my pal Jim, and I've left him some time.
Well done. Welcome, Jim.
Welcome. Good to see you all again. And tonight I'm going to try and pick up on the themes of what Rick just talked about and try and cover three things. One is the time horizon and phasing. Second is transportation with a particular emphasis on Metrolinx and the GO train. The financial aspects, which we talked about, and retail. So that's the game plan. Now, next slide, please. Okay, this is a chart. This is the population chart, and it's been updated for the changes made by Jacobs, and sets forth the target in column 2. And in column 1, I'd just like you to reflect on, the current situation. Current situation, we only got 639 people, and we got to grow to 13,390 in 7 or 10 years. That's a phenomenal growth rate. If you did that in a compound growth rate, it'd be around 34 or 38%, somewhere in that range. So how many people grow at that level? So that, and the second piece is, I really think, and that we need to get, as Rick said, a clear focus on 2031. The long-term vision is great, but what it does is it creates a lot of false expectations. And people think, oh, this is what, and it's hard. And we've got a target, we got it from the province, and you're not going to get to 2051 if you don't get 2031 straightened out right. So I think our goal should be, and as you look at the OPA and what you're trying to do here, I think it's two things. One is, how are we going to achieve the provincial targets by 2031, and how are we going to put the foundation in place that will enable us to build and grow to 51? And I really think we need to break this up and have two sections to it. So that's number one. Number two, let's set next slide, please. So on that theme, I looked at the 2031 horizon. The circles are mine. So the blue circle is the buildings around the Argus, the district thing. And over on the right, the red circle is the new things that have appeared. And Rick sort of describes that as the buildings out in the Gobi Desert. I don't know where the Gobi Desert is, but that is probably applicable there. Now, points on this. One is there's 13,000 people. Okay, well, what makes up that 13,000 people? Is it the people, is it the blue square? Is it the applications that have been, is the things in the pipeline? Is it the blue plus the red? Is it the blue plus half the red? And I raise that as saying we have to understand the population that estimates that are underlying this whole thing. So that's number one. Number two is, as Rick said, look at that thing. There's no park. But look at the roads. There's the same roads except for a underpass with Davis. Now, and somewhere in the material I read that that's mainly going to be a pedestrian underpass at this stage. So you're going to put 13,000 people. They're going to buy into this by walking to the GO train. How are they going to get it? So there's no infrastructure. Basically, there's no infrastructure in the next 10 years. And is that the kind of platform, is that you'll enable us to build to be able to achieve 24, or are we going to create a whole bunch of expectations that are not going to get met and create chaos in the middle? So that's a, now if you think that the congestion is going to be created by 13,000 more people coming into that center and the implications for both GO train and roads, well, it gets worse. Next slide, please. Because the next thing I did was I went back to the PPE estimates, and I said, how much is then the other areas that really feed into the GO station going to create? So I picked out Trafalgar Urban, that's going to add 14,000 people. Trafalgar Corridor, that's going to add 1,200. North Oakville is going to add 23,000. Well, that adds up to 38,000 plus the 13,000 are coming in from Midtown. Well, that's 50,000 people in the next 10 years. So how are we going to deal with that? So what's Metrolinx going to do? Well, one of you last night raised the issue of Metrolinx. Here's what they said. They said it has no plans to extend the platforms, and there's no funds. It doesn't have any plans to relocate the bus terminal, and there's no funding. And like that, and furthermore, the bus terminal location would lengthen the walk time for the bus for rail transfers, risking a poor customer experience. Well, fellas, you got a bigger customer experience problem on the way. So this, I think, is a huge issue, and it has to be addressed as you go through this, and it has to be addressed in the 2031 timeframe. Next slide, please. Okay, so transportation, as we know, has been an issue. The chart on the left, on the right-hand side, is the chart that's appeared in each one of your presentations, starting in August, then in October, then in November, and it was disappeared in December. The chart says this was the goal for December. Prepare a preferred scenario, prepare technical studies, undertake internal refinements on the studies, prepare draft recommendations report, and a draft transportation master plan. We really need that draft transportation master plan to deal with not just Midtown, but the other parts, because all of Oakville is going to be impacted by this. So where is that draft master? I think, Madam Chair, I think I came into this meeting, everything saying the schedule, that's a big deal. Well, it disappeared. It came not delivered in December. It's not delivered now. And what we got is a statement that the OPA is being coordinated with the Oakville Transportation Master Plan, and you heard what Carolyn said about the people who attended the meeting. This doesn't look like a formula for success. In fact, with the Metrolinx thing in the private sector, I think at this stage, there'd be one word for this, which would be deal breaker. So I encourage you to get this transportation. The more I looked at it, the more terrified I got. So let's go to the next slide. This is the integrated issues. I think the key thing is, as Rick said about the island, we're either going to integrate or isolate. And how are we going to integrate? And it's not just the physical things, but it's the social things and it's the human things as well. So let's go to the next slide because I'm running out of time here. Parks and green spaces, mentioned several times. The issue is we now have 12 hectares, and on the right-hand side, I won't read the right-hand side is a quote out of the planning report that describes the way all of the funding has been cut back. So how are you going to pay for it? How much will it cost? What's our tax exposure? But there's even a more other issue, is the way that this is, issues like the park space is being done in this dealt with in this project is, it's like going to a casino and playing with house money. You know, when you play with your own money, you make different decisions. And this is free, you know, and so I just don't understand how you would come up with that recommendation without considering the cost. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, financial implications. I was going to say, it'd be easy for me to talk to you about the financial analysis contained in these two reports you've got because there isn't any. And the interesting piece, though, is that in the report from the planning department, there's two statements. One, B, none applicable to this report. Well, that's a message we've been getting every time I've been raising this. But number D is more interesting. It says, the report addresses the council's strategic priority with respect to accountable government by providing council and the public with detailed information on Midtown Oakville OPA and implementation program and the funding financial implications associated with the various options and emerging policy decisions. The statement says that was in your report. It isn't. But that statement is right. That's what you need. You need that kind of analysis. So, Madam Chair, the solution is simple. Please direct the management to go and prepare the statement that they said they did deliver to you that they haven't. And the final piece I would say is, when you have meetings like this, just don't look at this room as residents. Think of this as an investor meeting, because we're the investors. And you're asking us to make an investment in this strategic direction and in this proposal. And as part of when you're asking to make a investment, you got to outline, the goals, the companies, and you got to deal with what's cost and what's the exposure to us. I say I've run out of time. I have a slide on retail. I'm more than happy to talk about that offline. You've got it. And I would say thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't know if, is your question for Jim or
It
Rick
is.
or both?
It
Jim.
is.
Councillor Knoll has a question for you.
I wonder if you can provide us with any information on retail.
Oh. Well, I just happen to have a slide. So, Councillor, I think you raised the issue on retail yesterday, and I think retail is a big opportunity here. So, first observation one, if you want to talk about developing retail, don't talk to condo developers. You got to talk to retailers. Okay, and so that would be because the condo developers will get what they reported back, kind of thing. Think about, first of all, who's Midtown employs 5,000 people or something? They're all in either retail or healthcare. So retail. Now think of Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot is located in Midtown. It didn't come there to serve the 600 people that lived in Midtown. It came there to serve all the people around. And why did they go to do that? Because people could drive in, they have a product, they create an experience, they've been very successful, and they don't want to sell. There's kind of your model. Successful retail today is built off of the experience. And it has to be multi-channel or omni-channel, but bricks and mortar is not dead. It can survive, but if we create the right kind of experience, we could make an exciting environment that meets the needs of the local, but also is a destination. Because there's only 3 assets in Midtown. There's the GO train, there's the access to the QEW, and there's the Oakville Transit Hub. Other than that, and there's a strip of land by the 60 Mile Creek that you could really build super expensive condos and but those are the 3 big assets. So what we want to do, I think, is grow the value of those assets. And my real worry is that if we don't, we'll actually impair the value of those assets. Like talking about and if we impair the value of those assets, then we could start creating, a slow motion train wreck. I don't know if that helps, Councillor, but I think to move forward on retail, you really got to get a retailer who come in here to talk about and take these ideas, flesh them out, and drive it forward, because that leadership is absolutely critical, and it's not going to come from the condo developers. Does that help?
Very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment, Jim. There's a couple more questions. Councillor Haslett Theo.
Jim, thanks for coming out, and thanks for all your work on your delegation. I liked your phrase, playing with house money, there's all these little memes that sort of start to resonate with us. So on behalf of you, I will ask the commissioner, and I see the CAOs in the room, can the financial implications that are indicated that we've been provided be provided, and if so, when?
So the financial implications through you, Madam Chair, are intended to follow the land use concept, and once we have the infrastructure plans gathered, that's the sequencing that we've anticipated and presented to council.
So to follow the delegate's thought, you want an OPA approved, but we won't have those financial implications in our hands before we're going to approve an OPA?
So the sequencing is you have a land use concept that you can build the infrastructure around and price it out.
I think the answer is no.
So I come back again. Is there a possibility to get an approximation or an answer to a different form of the question? How much do you anticipate will be on the taxpayer? How much do you anticipate will be provided through the developer and/or the other stakeholders that are participating in Midtown? And is it possible to give us something that at least gives the public a framework? Because it is a constant question I get, that they do not understand how things will get paid for. And I think, your best efforts to give us a little bit more clarity would be helpful.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will take that back. The intention is to, of course, maximize the development charge revenues and insert all of the capital programs, capital projects in the 10-year plan to lay them out. So we will take that back and provide a little more detail of how the process works of budgeting for capital projects associated with growth.
So I guess my follow-up is, so when you take it back, is there an approximate timing? Because I'm informed that this may be our very last meeting.
Through Madam Chair, it's not the last meeting, it's the last meeting of the committee of the whole, so there's more meetings to come up. And so we'll take that back and provide it as soon as we can. I'll have to canvass with the team and see what portions and that we can advance, and we'll talk to our consultants and internally how we can do that.
Thanks very much. My other question, which I believe Jim called out, is the transportation plan and an understanding of it more. Is there a reason it's not, like, it's moved further off the chart? It wasn't December, it's not January. And are they integrated, and can you fill in a little bit more information for the public?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The transportation plan follows the land use plan. So we need to plan the transportation around what the land use is. So we need to know how much that we need to plan the transportation. That's why the sequencing is after, as Jim pointed out. The transportation plan will follow what's approved or contemplated for the land use plan.
So maybe I'll ask it in a way that one of the residents emailed in, which is, do you have a sense of the sheer volume of traffic? Like, is there at least an estimate of the traffic study which has been shared with MTO and with Metrolink, so that the public has some confidence that there is this information that will be forthcoming?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, we previously completed an environmental assessment for Midtown, and it has a transportation component to it. The current transportation plan that we will use the new numbers to build upon, so we all have fair good confidence in terms of how the transportation will fit with the land use that will be proposed, and that will be shared when it's ready. And we also have public information engagements for those transportation plans in the future phases of Midtown implementation program.
So I'm going to look to the delegate. Do you feel like you got your answer?
Yeah, I got a no. I got a no answer. I just refer you back to the statements in here. The saying that the council's strategic priority with respect to accountable government required these things.
All right.
So I think it's back to, are you satisfied with with the timetable here, that you're not going to get a transportation plan, you're not going to get any financial analysis? Are you satisfied that we're now meeting the council's strategic priorities with respect to accountable government? I don't know. That's over to you.
And I think we have the benefit of the CAO to chime in.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. I did want to answer the question a little bit more from the Commissioner in terms of Councillor Hassett-Thiel's question about the Transportation Master Plan. The master plan for the town as a whole and the master plan work that's being done for Midtown are absolutely coordinated together. And the coordinating factor that's in there is the joint best planning estimates. So it understands town-wide to 2051, what is the population and employment that we need to accomplish, and understand geographically where it's located so it can understand what the traffic flow is from that. So this process actually establishes a lot of the land use and those elements of the plan. But the population and employment components are part of that, both studies. The Midtown looks at it a little bit finer of a detail because it's an area-specific one, but the numbers, the joint best planning estimate, is what ties the overall picture together that is part of the master plan. So I hope that helps in terms of seeing how they meld together. Just in terms of the financial questions, I think Commissioner Garby had indicated that we will look at that. We absolutely will look at that and report back to council when we have the statutory public meeting. I think we're looking at the week of April the 22nd, I think was the time frame that we are looking at for that. So in that report, we'll do as much as we can about identifying what are the implications. I know that we've looked at in quite a bit of detail what we can accommodate in terms of the park space. So what we could achieve out of the development, applications that come forward, and which you will not achieve the full park's extent through the development process. There will be something that needs to be complemented by the town or other funding sources. And I think that the commissioner had set out well that process. What the planning process requires is that we understand first, what do you want out of it? And then there's an expectation through development charges, through taxes, through grants and other types of funding that you will find the resources to meet the land use requirements that the province requires you to do. So I fully appreciate as taxpayers and investors, I quite liked your reference to investors, that you want to understand the cost that's going to come from it. The planning process isn't quite set up in that kind of order. It says, here's your population employment you need to achieve municipalities, achieve that. And if you need money to support that, you have those other funding sources in order to achieve it. So I think what you're asking us as staff to do is to give an understanding of what that magnitude is. And that's as much as we can do at this point in time so that council has a good understanding what it is. But that does not eliminate your requirement to still achieve that population employment. So, long answer, my apologies, but.
Thank you.
My observation to that is, and I appreciate what you're saying, but the population estimates are the thing that drives this, right?
Jim, if you would
Yeah.
address the
sorry.
chair
Okay.
versus one-on-one. Thank you.
Okay. The population, and the town's population estimates say that by 2031, we got 50,000 people. New 50,000 people. And that is going to overwhelm the metro, because a lot of those will be sold on the basis of walking to the GO train, access to the GO train. It'll overwhelm the Metrolinx. Metrolinx has done saying they're not doing anything. And you've got all the rest of Oakville that commutes on the GO train which makes it the second busiest. And this is a train wreck. I think, I don't know, I'm a finance guy, but this looks like a train wreck to me. And so you really better get on this thing. And it's going to take a lot of money. And I'm grabbing my wallet because I think you're after it.
Thanks, Jim. Jim, sorry, Jim. I wonder if you could come back. We have a few more who'd like to. I know you did such a great job. Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Goodfellow, and sorry to drag you back up here. I had kind of, with your retail experience and background, my question is, I'm thinking of two streets that I'm familiar with that are very pedestrians-friendly.
Right.
Spark Street in Ottawa, Prince Arthur in Montreal, so more one restaurant-focused, the other more retail and restaurant.
Right.
Do you think that would be successful in this type of an area where you kind of limit the cars, but allow for really pedestrian friendly to meander and go to restaurants and shop and things like that.
Yeah, I think
could
that's
that be
the kind,
successful?
That's the kind of thing, but I really think it needs to create, you need to create a vision for, you got a vision for, but vision for retail, because building on it, you're gonna create an experience, and it's a overall experience, restaurant, eating, fitness, an experience that says, and I've been using this sort of saying, on a Saturday afternoon, you're sitting with your family and you say, we got nothing to do. Why don't we get on the transit and go to the GO station? Well, nobody do that today. Nobody would do that. But you want to say, no, everybody says, geez, that's a great idea. Let's do that because we can go, create that overall experience. And if you did that, then, you'd be attracting people, not just from Oakville, you'd be attracting people because you got access to the three main assets, the GO train, the transit hub, and the access to the QEW.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Auger.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A great conversation. I just want to be clear so that what we've been dealt, the deal we've got here with a deck of cards from the province is that the line is we approve the OPA before we will know the cost to the taxpayer without a transportation plan locked in. And then I heard the CAO say there are other funding sources. Can she expand on the other funding sources? Because I'd love to know where they're coming from.
So would we.
We'll
She
get
could
that
expand
answer.
on that?
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. See, I was coming back to the podium.
I'd like to know myself. But it is a source of funding. I mean, we do have most recently the federal funding on the Housing Accelerator Fund. We have had several grants that have now allowed us to build some transit facilities. So there is grants and funding from other sources that come in, usually from other levels of government. But again, if you compare the percentage, that's certainly not a large percentage of the overall funding. But it is a source of funding.
And that's the trouble with municipal financing, is you're totally dependent on real estate, real estate taxes. So.
The problem, the only problem I see, CLPOC is like to try to be truthful to the people. Like right now, we can't even collect what we used to collect in development charges, and we were paying how much were we paying per dwelling unit currently before it all changed a couple of years ago? And I guess I'm only talking the town, not the regional section, which is a much bigger chunk, I understand.
Councillor Elgar, I think you've pointed out a lot of the challenges that we've had, particularly in the last short while, actually, of the lack of funding that is coming from the various tools we previously had, which were not actually quite enough. And we even have less opportunity for tools. So there is certainly a strain on the funding, but the planning legislation has not changed in terms of the requirement that we still need to plan to accommodate those population and employment elements and look to whatever funding is available in order to support it after you've determined and met the requirements of the province. So that's where, unfortunately, we sit at this point in time.
So what has changed, though, is the fact that we can't collect what we used to collect for parks or a number of other things, correct?
Yes, I know that as council, and I'm sure the community is very much aware of the changes that were made in Bill 23, which significantly altered our ability to both collect on the parkland side as well as on the development charges side.
In fairness, I would say I would bet you if I did a survey, I bet 70% of the people have no idea. But anyway, I thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Knoll.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience with us when we go through these questions. I want to go back to retail for a moment.
Sure.
I had about 10 minutes or 15 minutes to think about your responses. So just a couple pieces of clarification. So you made a statement that I pray is true, that bricks and mortar is not dead.
Right. Some is.
Thank you. Yeah, some definitely is, and we're seeing that now in commercial real estate all over the place. That Some bricks and mortar stores are just not surviving against the behemoth of e-commerce. So my question to follow up on that is, what is the sum? Is it large format retail? Is it small retail? What do you predict it looks like? And then part two to that question is, looking at the preferred plan, do you feel that what they have set out will support the retail that is surviving and thriving today? Or does there need to be a relook at how that's formatted? And I ask you this because I understand you have qualification in this area because you were involved with a particular tire and hardware corporation for a long time.
Yeah,
Okay. Don't want to give me free advertising tonight.
You've got the big box retailers, and then you've got, different, and in luxury, you've got different kind of setup, and grocery, you got different. So the industries are all different, but they all have one thing, which is they're all moving to omni-channel retailing. So you cannot be a single. So you've got to offer e-commerce. You've got to offer, and look at Amazon has been they bought Whole Foods, and so it's the omni-channel. And if you're in the physical, when you walk into the store, it's got to be an experience. You've got to have your product, and because the bricks and mortar, the only competition that you have over the online world is that come and enjoy the experience of shopping and get that. So the experience base is critical. And what was the next part?
Does the format that you see in the proposed choice alternative, is the configuration for the retail and cultural areas support what you're suggesting is
I think you really need to have a look at it by somebody really in the retail side with the retail experience. It comes across to me as an afterthought. Good points. I mean, they're put down, but it's not a comprehensive, like we've been talking here, creating a comprehensive retail vision and strategy and it's complicated. But if you want to make it, you're going to have to get leadership, and you're going to have to drive it. You're going to have some policies in place, like every building has to dedicate the first floor to retail. Then how do you use that? Who manages that? How do you RioCan manages Oakville Centre, and they want to decide the mix of how they want, who's the anchor tenant, what kind of position. Well, who's going to do that? Or so you really need to get somebody who's a lot better than me to come in and drive the leadership. And it's going to take some money. Because you're going to have to you're going to take some money to get this thing off the ground. But get somebody in there, and as I say, the condo developers, it's not their space there.
Yeah, thanks for saying that, because I expressed my concern last night with my own experience in my ward. Uptown Core has never really been successful to the extent that was originally proposed, and it was just like this, sort of the gem in the center of a larger scale community, and I would like to learn from those mistakes.
Sure.
Because Walmart showed up and then pretty much nothing else worked. That's not diminishing all the the franchise stores and such that are there, but Walmart really killed the boutiques and the bookstores and all that sort of thing. So I agree with you. I think that we need to have a really close look at it with somebody that has some specific expertise in that area.
Because I'm sure there are around the world looking at other places have created this kind of environment like you're talking about, and so what made it work? How does Spark Street work?
Does it? That's the other question. Spark Street has been struggling as well.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful vision, but it's never really worked.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Good.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, good to see you out again. And I'm going to ask if Rick Snidel could come up and stand behind you just for a second. My primary question is for him. But when you say that the first floors should be dedicated to retail, I guess with online, perhaps the first floor of the condo buildings should be dedicated to retail deliveries as well.
Well, unless you could buy, you know, you could have Amazon and their drones could be, have 1,000 drones flying into the place, so, you know, so maybe balconies, I don't know.
Balcony delivery. All right, thanks. Rick, question for you. You mentioned you were talking about Metrolinx and the concern over the scheduling, connectivity, the spanning or crossing over of Trafalgar. Was one of your concerns also, you mentioned their desire to have more density on their property to convert the parking lots? Was that one of your comments as well?
Metrolinx commented specifically on two things. One, they weren't adding any infrastructure whatsoever. Two, they did not want green space on their southern properties. And three, they were implicated and they wanted more density on what they were going to develop, when they were going to develop it. And another comment is you can see that their property on the east side of Trafalgar is up for lease now. So that's really precluding them adding much expansion on that side. So I think they've been instructed by parties I won't mention or speculate on that you've got your load problems, you've got your other issues, don't put any money into Oakville and monetize your assets. Which means
Thank you for that.
take money out of Oakville.
If they were to monetize those assets, as you said, or the property, does that pose a bit of a concern in terms of people that aren't able to walk to the station? Where on earth are they going to park?
Parking has always been an issue there. And when I look at where the parks are going to go and I look at where the buildings are going to go, I see a lot of the parking is going to do that. So I can't answer that question.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And calling for the final piece of the quartet. If you'd like to come forward, and I understand you're representing George, Trish.
Yeah, a more
Yes.
beautiful version of George. So, good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor Burton, and councillors. Can we, oh, perfect, great. So we are representing OLRA, and we're going to just do a quick conclusion for you. We want to thank TCRA and CMGRA for their wonderful presentation. Just a quick recap of the key points. We love the potential for Midtown. It has the possibility of adding a vibrant new community to this town. We believe this community should be built for all ages and all types of families with appropriate amenities provided in this area. I just want to delve on appropriate amenities. 2 points. We saw a beautiful green park space with the possibility of graduation space or concerts, but people are going to be living here 365 days a week. 365 days a year. I didn't see a kid's playground. The number one thing that kids want to do is go to the park. I didn't see anything set out for slides, swings. Even if you've got grandparents that are living there, they're going to want to take their grandkids somewhere. The other problem that you're going to have if you don't have the right community amenities is you got small kids living there, possibly 30,000 people. When everybody is leaving the GO station at 5 o'clock, where are the parents taking the kids that live there? They are taking them to hockey, soccer, music classes. And now, not only do we know we already have a bottleneck at that place, but you're now going to have thousands of people who are trying to leave at the same time to get those kids to their activities or the places that they want to go because they have not been built in this area. Midtown needs to be built to a human scale so people feel connected. Next slide, please. These are the challenges that we currently see for Midtown. It is physically constrained location with very few access points. We don't have the adequate traffic solutions for an area that's already suffering from too much congestion before we add tens of thousands of people to it. Metrolinx, we know it's still a large unknown, which makes it hard to plan correctly. Midtown must be integrated with the rest of the town of Oakville so that people can easily come and go and use all types of transportation. And as we've just discussed, we have absolutely no financials. You don't go into a store and pick out the most beautiful car that you see without asking how much it's going to cost. And we know that this is going to be paid for by the taxpayers. And so I think we have a right to know how much it's going to be costing us. We believe that Midtown can be a livable, human-scale, complete community and built faster with a mix of mid-rise buildings. Next slide. Okay, so we are, basically, we have alternatives, okay? And we know that we can add density around Midtown. It doesn't all have to go into Midtown. And we can add density by looking at the commercial corridors around Midtown. Next slide, please. Okay, we must seek opportunities adjacent to Midtown for potential to increase density. For example, using the Grand Boulevard concept as presented by TCRA above commercial and retail structures along Cornwall Road to the east and Spears Road to the west. Similar opportunities exist on top of plazas that could be developed in this manner. Examples include, right here we have Maple Grove Village on Cornwall Road. It's a single story. Next slide, please. Okay, here we've got the Longos Plaza on Cornwall Road. Again, all single story. Next slide, please. And here we've got Spears Road. Again, all single stories. These areas could all be developed at human scale into grand boulevards with 2 to 4 stories above the commercial and retail space to densify without adding additional infrastructure costs, with easy access to transit and existing amenities. We also have Oakville Place, right? If you had 2 to 4 levels of residence above Oakville Place, you've already got your gym and your restaurants and your stores already there without people having to get into a car. Next slide, please. Sorry, our presentation was too big to come across, so it was done in 2 parts. Just bear with us 1 second. So this again is the picture of what was done out in California. The top picture illustrates what used to be there and then what can be down below when they've added the extra density. These developments are low enough that can be built out of wood, a more environmentally sustainable product, and are quicker to build. They can also be developed without the use of billionaire developers that are necessary for the tall tower projects. This is a strategy that's been successfully implemented in cities around the world. I have one slide, please. Yeah, and this is again another rendition of what could be. It hasn't been developed, but the left side is a single story. Right side is what happens when you add a few stories above the singles. Okay, over to you, Trish.
Okay. For those of you who don't know me, Madam Chair, Mayor Burton, councillors, my name's Trish McTavish, and I'm Membership Director of the Oakville Lakeside Residents Association. Tonight, we joined together the OLRA, the TCRA, the CMGRA, and the JCRA. I think you know what all of those stand for. We've joined together and we've tried to do that for 2 reasons. One, to be more efficient with our time for your sake, that we're not repeating each residents association, but also to show you our commitment here. We've all joined together, I believe, for the first time to make a joint presentation to council. Our membership all seem to be behind us. They are all behind us. And we are all focused on making this right together. We have been involved in this process from the beginning, all of these residents associations. We've spoken extensively about our vision. So I'm a little taken back when the comment made tonight is you need to tell us what you want. We have. I just don't think we're being listened to. We've been clear that we love Oakville. We love the potential for the Midtown to create a complete and livable community. I'd like to commend, first of all, the Committee of the Whole for its commitment to trying to get things right. I'd also like to thank the staff and the consultant team for all your hard work. However, proceeding with just one tall tower proposal would be a failure, I believe, and so does our Residents Association. It would be a failure of this whole Midtown OPA process. It would be a failure to reflect the input that you've received from the community of residents who care about this area and its future. Midtown will not be successful if it simply has high density. It can only be successful if it achieves livability at a human scale. To date, we've not been provided by the town or the consultants with an alternative option to the conventional assumption popular today that to create the right density for Midtown, we can only build tall towers. Except for last night, when OMG gave us an alternative. There's been little or no discussion on alternate building forms and opportunities to integrate the missing middle, mid-rise buildings that would achieve a livable human scale in a high density, but not hyperdensity community, except for the OMG group last night. We've heard that density, what density could be. How about we hear what density should be? This is a very small area of land we're talking about. Public consultation workshops tick the box, but they failed to move the needle in a meaningful way away from prescribed tall tower vision. The three design options that were presented were essentially three versions of the same plan. They were all tall tower proposals with the pieces arranged in different ways. There's been little information on risk or the downside associated with tall tower proposals, no information provided on the impact of the proposal density on the environment, infrastructure, financial exposure, roads, transit, parks, services to surrounding area, and as was mentioned tonight, are we going to integrate or are we going to isolate? The proposal makes assumptions about Metroland, but to date, Metroland has not agreed to allow their lands to be used for parkland. The proposal includes parks that admittedly can only be a reality with acquisitions, dedications, and POPs. So we have 5 key asks. Number 1, we must be presented with an alternate vision to the tall tower proposal. This alternative should be based on mid-rise and grand boulevard concepts, as we've seen in the last 2 nights, presented by residents. Density numbers need to be challenged to arrive at what's the right number for this area. We should also recognize the opportunity for higher density along adjacent commercial and retail strips. The Metrolinx question, number 2. The Metrolinx question has to be addressed. Will they integrate into the Midtown vision, or will they derail it? Number 3, we need to understand the financial impact of each Midtown proposal on Oakville residents. The process being taken right now is like building a house without a foundation. It needs to be financially viable. There needs to be a supportive transportation network for any plan. And this has to be incorporated from the very start. The Committee of the Whole must be extended to oversee this process to its conclusion, which would be an OPA that properly reflects the input of the community and a successful vision for Midtown. Upon adoption of an OPA for Midtown, we'd also like to suggest the creation of a community permit planning system, as mentioned last night. In conclusion, our residents associations are committed, and we're not going away. We love Midtown, and we love Oakville. We have a vested interest in the success of Midtown. The tall tower proposal contains tremendous environmental, financial, infrastructure risks to current and future residents. We do not believe it'll be built quickly. And we don't believe that it's going to provide affordable housing that so many young people today are looking for. And above all, it's not going to result in a livable community for future generations. There's a better way, and you've heard some of them from the residents. And you'll continue to hear tonight. There's exciting alternatives to tall towers that would result in a Midtown that everyone in Oakville can love. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you appreciate the amount of effort that the residents associations have gone into to get first the support from their residents and to present to you tonight.
Most definitely. Thank you ever so much. I have questions. You did such a great job. You evoked questions. Councillor Maris first, then Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you so much for your delegations, and I just, in your 5 requests there at the end, and I've heard it actually a couple of times from the delegation tonight. In particular is the one on Metrolinx, and what I hope has come across loud and clear is we have zero authority on whether Metrolinx wants to work with us or not. We have zero authority on the financial implications with regards to what the province will allow us to do with development charges or building. There are a number of things here we have zero authority on, and that only the province can come to the table with. So I would ask then if that is very clear to all the delegates here, that they can take this passion that's here tonight and ensure that the people who are in charge of that understand that that is a requirement of this process here. Because I haven't heard that be expressly said tonight and last night and over the past year and a half, that we can only do, as Chair Duddick and Councillor McNeese and myself recently experienced, and all this council with Metrolinx. We have no say in that. So I hope you understand that we're doing what we can with the authority and really the thou shalt do what we're being told to on our best. So I'm hoping when you bring your passion forward and these instruments that you can carry that on to the people that can make those decisions to work with us on this project too. So thank you very much for your delegation. It's great.
I was just going to say, and I know that you can't get an answer from Metrolinx, but you almost need to somehow plan in that they are going to probably put in higher density anywhere else into that land, because you don't want to end up with Liberty Village where they had what seemed like a beautiful setup, okay, and they had the right amount of parkland, and then Metrolinx came in and they have the ability to build higher density, and you haven't accounted for that, and now all of a sudden you have overpopulated. So you somehow need to guess at best what they might do if they won't give you the facts. I just would hate for it to not be accounted for. And then again, we already have, 12 hectares for 50,000 people? And then all of a sudden Metrolinx comes along and says, we're gonna put another 20,000 people on, and now you've got 12 hectares for 70,000 people. So it is a bit of we do appreciate that it is out of your control, but we need to somehow factor that in, because we would hate to build something to a scale that then gets thrown out because Metrolinx comes along and has different rules.
You're preaching to the choir. I'm a seasons ticket holder to Toronto FC, so I'm off at Exhibition Stadium on a weekly basis and understand profound difficulties and lack of forethought, to be quite honest, that went into that, and I do see the similar thing happening here, and I won't even mention the crosstown Eglinton as well. So my confidence sometimes too, and we've got answers. we've got answers. I don't think they're the right ones. And that's the struggle. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I thank you for that.
And I want to steal what the guy said yesterday about great musicians, right? Like, let's learn from the people who've already made those mistakes so that we don't repeat them.
Let's steal them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well said. Councillor Haslett-Theil.
Thanks very much, and George would be very proud, Trish. You knocked it out of the park. So in your 5 asks, and Councillor O'Meara has covered some of this, but you're asking for a presentation of an alternative other than the tall towers.
Yes.
In part of your quartet, there was some comments about the merits of the Sprosson OMG option. Throughout last night and today, some phones have been ringing, some emails have been flying. Are you in alignment on the fact that this committee should see and explore that option much further? I just want that clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. We think that what they presented yesterday were some fantastic alternatives. And if you remember correctly, on their hectares, it's 50% parkland, right? So I think that's they've shown us that we can do it, and I think it would be a shame if we did not see a presentation or an alternative that used that knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity. And then just in terms of the right number for this area, so you're referencing the fact that while we have 103 gross hectares, we're not 100% sure how many developable land we have, but if it's 43,
nice to nail down.
yeah, so we need to nail down what is that developable land clearly, but at 43, your view is it's a small piece of land. There are other ways, and there's a limit to how full you can make the wine glass. Eventually, everything pours over. There is a capacity. It's a small piece of land. Find the right number for that piece of land.
Yes.
All right, thanks very much. And just on behalf of Councillor Giddings and I, we cannot thank our residents' associations enough for the engagement, for the personal time commitment. These are not easy hours. You received an incredible volume of information on Friday morning. You've already worked really hard on trying to stay abreast of Midtown, and you poured even more time into trying to wade through a voluminous amount of documents and detail. You are committed to the next generation. You have never, ever spoken to Dave and I and said you don't support a livable community. In fact, you've put your every amount of effort that could possibly ever be asked to try to bring solutions forward. And thank you for the people who will live there someday. They will remember how hard you worked.
Thank you.
And I just, when this concludes, what might be really nice is, as we've discussed, this is a 7-10-year plan. It's going to change. It would be nice if there was a community panel or RAs that continue to offer input as things develop, because you will have an OPA, but as things get built, things will change. The residents associations, those members will change, but it would be nice to set up sort of a permanent committee, which eventually when people move in, they can join to make sure that, we're helping and giving input throughout the entire 50, 70 years going forward.
That's an excellent suggestion, and it speaks to just how collaborative you want to be. This isn't about you. This is about community, and I think it's a suggestion that needs to be strongly endorsed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Now, our next delegation is Duncan Galloway, and we look forward to receiving your presentation. And you have 10 minutes, Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of Council. Can I have a first slide? Okay, my message this evening is to point out a fatal flaw in the joint best planning estimates, which underline the planner's proposal. I'm going to point out also a series of wrong assumptions that exist about tall towers and provide a suggested approach. Next slide, please. There's a missing column in the planning estimates. A number of delegates have wondered, why is the level of density so high in such a small area? How can Midtown be so out of line? This may be why. Basically, the estimates have a missing column. They don't identify the density of population which would arise from, it appears, a fairly arbitrary allocation of population growth across the town areas. If they had, members of council would have been made aware of this incredible density being proposed for Midtown and for other areas of Oakville. Levels of density now rightly alarm the people of Oakville, which we think are both unbelievable and unlivable. 80 tall towers, closely packed in a very constrained space. I think if these numbers had been shown all those months ago, maybe we now would be discussing a better plan. Next slide, please. Let me talk about some assumptions. People assume that all these apartments to be built will give us affordable homes. But we're talking about big finance here, market forces. As we and our sons and daughters all know, tall towers do not automatically mean affordable homes. It's not just my opinion. Here's some quote from Suzanne Leonard. The higher a building rises, the more expensive the construction. Tall buildings inflate the price of land. Next slide, please. Oh, can you back one? There we go. Oh, sorry, I'm not wrong. Can you go on again? Thanks. Okay, the Times of London. I'll summarize the bottom piece. Attractive homes in walkable neighborhoods of up to 5 or 6 stories is wildly popular. We've heard it here. But, they say, the development system is not currently capable of building these neighborhoods because of the allure of easy money. Again, it's all about money. Next slide, please. We need to understand there are billions of dollars at stake in Midtown. And we heard yesterday how developers will push against any policy to enhance jobs and livability in community because that reduces their profit. The task of affordability and community gets placed on the town and the taxpayer. Next slide, please. People will tell you that tall towers are green because they use up less space. Well, I'll show you we're not short of buildable space in Oakville. In fact, OLRA just told you that. Secondly, tall towers are not necessarily environmentally efficient. High rises, according to BC Hydro data, use almost twice as much energy per square meter as a mid-rise. And as we heard yesterday, low to mid-rise built of wood, 100% better than concrete and steel. And by the way, the 30-meter separation sold to us yesterday as generous separation. That's a minimum by Toronto building design standards. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most important, tall towers destroy hopes of a healthy, vibrant community. This is an extract from the Canadian Journal of Public Health. High rises keep children and the elderly from getting the exercise they need. The extra effort it takes to get outside encourages them to stay at home, flip on the TV. It deprives people, and especially children, of neighborhood peers and activities. The level of alienation and isolation increases with the height of the building. Next slide, please. To summarize this slide quickly, the founder of urban planning writes, isolation is an important factor in the rising crime rate. Children lose direct contact with nature and with other children. High-rise buildings work against society. Next slide, please. More assumptions, which I think are just wrong. We heard that, I quote, 20 stories are just not feasible, apparently because the province has removed a cap on height. Well, if there's no longer cap on height, surely I can build as low as I want, not necessarily as high as I have to. Just because there's no cap on how high I can climb doesn't mean I have to go and climb Everest. Next slide, please. The next thing I heard last night was the consultants describing how they balance the needs and wishes of the public against the desires of the landowners and developers. But I thought, hold on. The key participants here are the province, who want to build houses quickly, the people who will live here, the public, that's us, who want to make it a nice place to live, and the representatives, that's you and the staff, who have to respond to the province, the region, the public, and so on. But I don't think the landowner has an inherent right to be part of this. I'm a landowner, luckily. I have no right to expect to change the zoning and put up a 40-story tower. I have no right to expect meetings with planners and consultants to discuss that. Some companies have taken a financial risk and bought land in the hope of building tall towers, but that is their risk and their business decision. It doesn't give them the right to dictate to the town what they want. Next slide, please. And one further assumption, which I trust is not at play here in Oakville, but I've seen it in play elsewhere. Tall buildings can project a sense of socio-economic power and promote the city as a leading and modern commercial centre. Communigo has a role in building tall. The skyscraper offers pride to citizens and politicians. I hope we're beyond ego in assuming that tall towers, quote, put the city on the map, or I have towers as tall as Mississauga now. That's so 1960s, and I'm old enough to know. So we need, next slide, please. Excuse me, we need alternatives. Martin and March, quoted here, their study was done over 50 years ago. They showed that tall towers can be accommodated in other building forms with the same density. Mid-rise courtyard model was optimal for use of space, density, and livability. It's the same model seen in Paris, Barcelona, Copenhagen, for that matter. And note, just last year, Paris City Council voted in favor of limiting the height of new buildings to 12 stories. Next one. Here's another example. 3 50-story towers. They can move into a configuration of a courtyard building just 13 stories high. Next slide. Here's another example, 3 tall towers with an alternate building configuration of just 12 stories in an open courtyard format. Next slide, please. Here's Upper East Side Manhattan, 40,000 people a square kilometer. Equates to 20,000 in the half square kilometer we have. First, yes, it's high density, but it looks rather nice. Secondly, there are no tall towers. Next slide, please. I'm not going to take you through this in detail, don't worry. We heard yesterday a wonderful alternative model starting from the amount of land available. Well, I started from the other end, from the number of people and apartment units required. Then, given the size of unit and 25% cover of the land, I worked out how many floors I need to get to house 30,000 people, not 20,000, 30,000, and jobs on just 43 hectares. Conservative assumptions. Lo and behold, it came out to less than 12 stories. We can argue the numbers. My key point is that a low to mid-rise model for Midtown is quite feasible, would exceed province density requirements. Next slide, please. This is from University of British Columbia. If you look at the number on the right, 280, the words on top say that can be achieved. You can get 280 units per hectare with 4 stories stacked mid-rise over commercial, what we've been talking about. Next slide. But I modeled 30,000 people, not the 50,000. So we've got to find room for 20,000 people. Then here again is that Grand Boulevard concept mentioned by my colleagues in ORLRA, by Peter Calthorpe described. Convert 1-story retail and commercial to a grand boulevard of mixed-use apartments over retail. So it's legislated into law in California. Why? It ticks all the boxes. It's a win. It's a win because established neighborhoods who might object, they are unchanged. It's a win because local landowners of low-rent commercial property see an increase in land value. It's a win because quick, low-cost homes are built by local builders. It's a win because tax revenue for the town comes from more properties on the same space at less infrastructure cost than tall towers. It's a win for the environment, those are environmentally efficient buildings, and it's a win for transit. Finally, thank you for the accommodation. Listening to the delegation so far, it's clear we love livable Oakville. We feel responsibility to those who will live here in the future. We want an alternative, low to mid-rise model for Midtown. Please do the right thing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galloway. Are there any questions for the delegate? Okay, Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Mr. Galloway, thank you for the incredible amount of research, how thoughtful it was, for calling out that in a very nice way that maybe we didn't have all the information we needed when we made and we looked at some numbers. I'm particularly struck by the research you did around with public health and about the environmental and about the potential. And I wanted to just, you talked about the 30-meter distance being the minimum. So you saw that in a Toronto, I know you're really good at
Building
research.
standards.
Okay, so in their building standards, they stated as a minimum?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for calling that out. Thanks for all the incredible work that you've done on behalf of the next generation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe we have the next delegate possibly by virtual. Pamela Knight. Welcome, Ms. Knight. You have 10 minutes.
There we go. Got it. Sorry, we'll try again. Good evening, Chair Duddick and committee members. I think our comments that we'll make this evening will dovetail with those that you've heard. Next slide, please. We all recall the meeting in May of last year. Over 300 people attended. There were close to 20 delegations, and all those presentations identified common issues and concerns. There was a consensus of public opinion. We didn't support what we were seeing unfold. We needed answers, and we needed a change in approach. Next slide, please. As a result of that public unrest, Council passed a detailed motion outlining how it would deal with the development of the OPA. It was thorough in its approach, included actions such as comprehensive public consultation, a review of best practices for MTSAs in and around the GTHA, a review and analysis of Oakville's predicted growth and how it would be accommodated over our various growth areas and nodes, and how we could embed requirements for sustainability to fight climate change in our plans and policies moving forward. We were all very excited by the prospects ahead. Unfortunately, in the following months, that isn't how things proceeded. Placemaking fell victim to presentations. Next slide, please. Based on Council's motion, we believed residents and the strengths they could bring, and you've seen a lot of them this evening, would play a pivotal role in helping to co-create a new approach to the OPA. It was our desire that the committee drive the agenda and that the work ahead would take place in a format that would allow for ongoing dialogue and active involvement from all sides. Sadly, once again, we were disappointed. Next slide, please. As it stands, the questions you see here along with many others, remain unanswered or only partially answered. The original issues persist. Next slide, please. Just 16 minutes away by GO train in neighboring Burlington is an MTSA that's creating its own OPA to fulfill its growth plan to 2051. The similarities are obvious. We're both urban growth centers. The overall size of our designated MTSAs could be twins. Our housing pledges to the province are only 4,000 units apart. And the number of people and jobs we're expected to provide is based on the same 200 people and jobs per hectare measurement. The difference is how we're approaching that growth and the method we choose to plan for it. You'll note in the bottom box of this chart that based on their servicing report, which, as you heard earlier, provides information upon which water and wastewater infrastructure is created, Burlington is projecting a build out of its MTSA to be 220 people and jobs on the low side and 325 people and jobs on the high. Next slide, please. The other big difference is that our neighbors are using the community planning permit system to fuel its OPA. As you can see from the information here, development is separated into class 1, 2, and 3, which dictates what's required for development approval. Burlington's plan is based on stories. FSI is involved, but its published land schedules depict building heights in its districts in stories. And certain things from the proponents, such as affordable units, for instance, in order to be permitted additional building height, can be requested of the proponent. That's a bit of an oversimplification. However, the CPPS does represent a replacement for bonusing incentives in some cases. Next slide, please. In keeping with people and jobs per hectare and the ongoing concerns we have over density, perhaps it's worth trying to touch on a couple of points. And the first is density itself. The terms crowding and overcrowding are used synonymously to indicate a level of discomfort due to inadequate space. That feeling of crowding is the result of things like planning rules, large-scale projects spinning out of control, streets designed for the car, and practices that render the street a place that's noisy, polluted, and dangerous. Until we turn our streets into places that feel like public open spaces, design our urban areas not to be obscured by towering buildings, we will fail to dispel the feelings of overcrowding. Until we do that, density will continue to be a big deal. That brings us to the point, once again, of how others are planning for future density. And on the lower part of the screen, you'll see some things underway in Toronto. Toronto, its urban area, is the densest in North America, and it can offer us some examples of how it's planning for its densification. The first example is the Bloor Lansdowne GO MTSA. It's outside of the immediate downtown area. It's about 100 hectares in size, and it's an area that offers a planned new Smart Track GO station, 2 existing TTC stations, and the already existing Bloor GO Up Express station, which is on the Barrie Rail Corridor. The City of Toronto established its minimum density for this area as 300 people and jobs per gross hectare, and they're planning for 459. 2 other examples are Queen Spadina at 117 hectares and Gerard Carlaw at 85. Both of those are under development as transit-oriented communities. Queen Spadina's minimum density is set at 400. The city is planning for 462 as its 2051 figure. Gerard Carlaw has set a minimum, they've set a minimum of 300. The city's planning for 300 people and jobs per gross hectare in 2051. When we compare these examples and the earlier Burlington example, we continue to have serious questions and concerns regarding Midtown and the numbers we're seeing as projections. Next slide, please. In summary, our original concerns continue. Insufficient commitment to meaningful engagement, missing answers, and lack of clarity have added to them. We need bottom-up, community-driven, tactical engagement. We need factual, defendable information and analysis, not bullet points or a paragraph in a written report. We need council's motion to be given the respect it deserves. We need serious examination of a CPPS for Midtown. We need answers and solutions to our original concerns. That concludes my report, and thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Councillor Haslett, sorry, the mic.
Thank you, Chair Dudek, and I apologize, I keep forgetting to say that, so I have appreciated all your chairing. It's been very helpful. So I just want to pull up a couple of Ms. Knight's slides. She had some slides near the end, Jill, that had the density, so I think that's the one. So I just, for clarity, this information was found where, Pam?
There is, actually, the City of Toronto has established an interactive website which breaks down all of its MTSAs, whether it is a subway station, a GO station, or otherwise. Breaks it down. If you look at the little image on the left there, it provides a population, density numbers, the size of the MTSA, what they have set as a density minimum, and what they're planning for. So you can go to, I think there's over 200 actually, because if you think about all their subway stations and outlying GO stations and so on, you can go to each one of them and see what the city has indeed planned for in terms of its projected population in 2051.
Thank you very much. And just for some clarity, when you were looking at these numbers, is there a difference between what the province requires of a Toronto MTSA or urban growth center and a Burlington or a Midtown?
No, many of those that you'll find in Toronto, again, if you reference the chart in the lower right corner, it actually sets out what the provincial categorization is. And then because some of these are protected MTSAs, the city has designated their own minimum density. And in some cases, that minimum density is higher than that is required by them in terms of the Planning Act. And so they have been allowed to intensify even more over what's required of them. And it's all presented in those charts.
So thanks very much for your time and for your detailed research.
Thank you.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Fran, for coming out this evening in your presentation. So, trying to understand your primary concern, is it the absolute number? Is it the density? Is it the height? Or both?
I think that it's a combination of those things. Many moons ago, you might recall that I gave a presentation to council, and at one point I used an illustration of trying to jam a big foot into a very small shoe. And that really, I think, is the point that has come across to many of us, that we, and I think tonight earlier there was a reference to the wine glass overflowing. One of our major concerns is the size of what we are dealing with and the amount of people it can comfortably accommodate to provide livability. And that, of course, goes along with, it touches on a number of areas. So yes, we're concerned about density. We're concerned, and obviously that goes to population, built form, and so on. I can say that what has been presented by your delegates earlier this evening is precisely what we're in line with. We believe that there is a solution for this area that does not represent a mass conglomeration of tall towers.
All right, you also mentioned, hope I get it in the correct order, factual, defendable information and analysis. You threw those descriptors out. Can you offer a little more information on what you feel is missing from those?
Well, I think there were a number, if we go back to the motion, if we go back to the answer or the questions that we've been asking, for instance, we never seem to have been able to clarify what our staff or consultants or whomever have been using in order to provide people per unit numbers. You know, that has an impact on what comes out the other end of the pipe. If you don't know what you're basing your numbers on in terms of units in a particular structure, you don't have an accurate number. We've never, ever been able to nail that down. We've also asked about developable areas in all of our other growth centers, our nodes, and our corridors. We wanted to, at the very beginning, had suggested that if we knew what it was that we were trying to plan for in an overall population, how are we going to disperse them over the areas that we have available to us? And one of the ways to do that, of course, is to start with knowing the size of those areas, how much developable area there is, and then be able to determine what we can do with that. We got back a map that showed our urban centers around Oakville and population allocated to them, but we didn't have the other pieces of the puzzle. So those are just two examples. I could probably go on for a while, but the thing is that those are the kinds of things that we have continued to ask questions about because they are important in understanding what we can actually do in Midtown. And we don't have the answers.
All right, I appreciate the details. You mentioned the community planning permit system. Is that from you looking at Burlington, or are there other areas that you found that have made use of that tool?
Yeah, there are some others. It's and although it's been around for many, many years, there hasn't been a huge uptake on it, but it seems that there is an uptake, or there's an upswing underway as we speak. So in smaller terms, Inverness was a small place that used one. Waterloo is using one. I believe Peterborough is another example. Burlington, obviously. And there are others. You can certainly find them. They're easy to find now. And actually the government website has a number of good points on what you can use a PPS for.
All right, were you able to watch last evening's session?
Yes, I was.
All right, did it bring you any sense of joy, maybe joy, satisfaction that the CPPS was mentioned as a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a few of us have talked about it in the past, and I guess the reason we keep talking about it is that we figure we talk to you long enough, not enough, you'll finally get the message.
Well, with that, I'll say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, the next delegation is Elizabeth Chalmers. Welcome, Elizabeth. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to speak for the Joshua Creek Residents Association. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate on this issue for the many meetings that you've held and the opportunities for residents to come forward. It has been so gratifying to hear these incredible delegations, how well-researched, how amazing they have been. I don't think I've seen that in any other issue in the town. I did want to speak tonight because I did want to be very clear to reiterate that the Joshua Creek Residents Association is aligned with and supports our other Ward 3 residents associations who did very detailed presentations, so we're not. I do want to just quickly repeat a couple of things, not to be repetitive, but this is an opportunity for us to put it on the public record what our feedback is, so I did just want to do that. So like everyone else, our association wants to see lower density to the minimum mandated with lower heights, including a mix. And I absolutely think we could start with what we saw last night from the Sprossing group. We also were wondering why we haven't seen any financial plans. I know we had a great deal of detail on that earlier, but why are we not seeing scenarios, financial planning scenarios for water, services, roads, including major interchanges, the costs of transit options, the expansion to hospitals, fire, ambulance, schools, recreational facilities? Totally take the point made earlier that you don't have control on the revenue side, but that doesn't mean we should ignore on the expense side and not have some understanding of what those expenses are. We also wanted to speak to the fact that parks, green parks, not POPs and not walkways, but green parks and community amenities, and by amenities I am talking about parks and schools and recs, facilities, libraries, they need to be built in at the beginning and not as an afterthought. And one actually point that came through from our board, and it was referred to by the consultant last night, is a cost sharing among, when you have multiple developers on a particular property, to do a cost sharing so that those schools and parks could be located and the property owners compensated. I know that's what they do in the low-rise subdivisions or the greenfields. I gather from other conversations it might not be a mandatory situation here, but it is a concern. It is something that needs to be, I believe, addressed. I won't speak to Metrolinx because you've made your points, and so has everybody else, but it was also on our radar as well. And just finally, the language of the OPA needs to be very strong in order to protect the town from whatever we decide we want in Midtown. We'll need to protect it from property owners who want to challenge that. So that language needs to be very clear and very strong. And the gentleman that spoke just before me, who spoke to the fact, why do we have to worry about property owners or landowners making profits? It's not up to the town, to residents, to the council, et cetera. It's not up to our OPA to be written in a way that facilitates maximizing profits. It should be written to facilitate livable Midtown, and I think that can be done, and what we've heard over the last 2 nights indicates that it can be. So that's it. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to all those other residents associations.
You did a good job of cleaning up. Okay, we'll now turn to the next presenter, and that is Terry Murphy.
Good evening, and this is my husband, Michael Johnson. I'm very thankful to council and all the presenters who have inspired us with their expertise and commitment. I thank the planners, the consultants for listening and contrasting so clearly the divide between the residents' concerns about excessive height, traffic, and grayscape, and the developer landowners' opposition to lower density parks and accommodating non-residential uses needed for complete communities.
Excuse me, Terry, do you have something you want viewed on the camera there?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd have the overhead camera.
The overhead, if you wouldn't mind. There we go.
So I have 3 questions. Does Midtown address the needs of families and youth? How will Midtown be integrated into the town? And what characterizes it as Oakville? For families, the presentation is deeply worrying. I grew up in Ward 5. My mom's home is still there. Had a home in Ward 2. And I, like my family, have lived and worked in what's now Ward 3 for 2 centuries. Sadly, my sons, both professionals, are giving up their dream of an Oakville home. We see determined plans for high density, but the direction for unit mix, parking, emergency services, we've talked about all of these, they're absent. Non-market housing with affordable options is mentioned, but with no definition or direction, other than the hope that there will be town-owned lands that will help. There's talk of innovations for rental and assisted housing, and even a brief nod to the area's homeless. And innovation would be great, but imposing alternatives, the only suggestion was reduced parking. Again, what about families who will have to drive to access the many services and activities not available in an incomplete community? We need homes for newly arrived multi-generational families and our young people. We all know that, and we all welcome that. But it looks like Midtown is being planned for shorter-term residents, commuters who may work and shop elsewhere, investors, offices and retail, especially offices, when the world has moved online. Symbolic of this, when it was raised yesterday, but is the space for only 3 schools. In 2021, 47 elementary schools served Oakville's 214,000, and we're not talking about the over 5,000 that go to private schools, in the 21 private schools. A ratio of 1 per 4,500 people. 11 secondary schools served at a ratio of 1 per 19,000. Applying these ratios, Midtown would need more than 5 elementary schools as soon as 2041, more than 7 by 2051. It would need a high school by 2031, or a heck of a lot of buses. By 2051, the population would warrant 2. And if we went to the long-term vision of 2,000, it would demand 15 schools. Where? There's no room. Based on estimates, schools would be over capacity immediately, necessitating portables but no schoolyards on which to put them, or busing, causing more pollution and traffic. Midtown plans don't explore family living or school sites for vibrant community life. The plans for this active transportation community raise serious safety concerns, especially for the vulnerable. Cross Avenue shows 6 traffic lanes and 2 turn lanes. Trafalgar is already home to many memorials for pedestrians, particularly vulnerable seniors, who have died crossing from their condos by RABA or the medical center. What about children crossing these roads? Children need, as has been mentioned again and again tonight, safe schoolyards and parks. Midtown elementary recesses will be a challenge. High school sports, impossible. Schools provide the rest of Oakville's children with a range of recreational opportunities. Midtown's children will be disadvantaged in a high-priced ghetto alongside a noisy, polluted corridor. Because of intensification and high land values, we are asked to expand our definition of parks, and that's been mentioned tonight, pocket parks, etc. The new parks plan stresses that in hardscape areas like Midtown, trees will be a persistent challenge. If trees and grass can't grow, how can anyone, how can children? It is worrying to be told that sunlight might be ensured by asking for a tower separation of a mere 30 meters. That's not much wider than this council chamber. The parks plan says, just like a suburban dweller is required to travel to utilize amenities, the urban dweller is required to go elsewhere to find recreational opportunities. This is simply part of the trade-off. Trade-off for what? And again, it means more cars. Midtown features too much concrete with its huge carbon footprint and not enough green. More height means more concrete, gray, built form in our skyscape, and much less blue and green in our living space. Concept slides show green graphics and even green font to ameliorate the gray skyline and hardscape paths. and avoid comparison with other neighborhoods throughout the town that have yards and spacious school sites. This area already has serious environmental issues like flooding and air and noise pollution. Midtown's airshed is severely taxed by traffic, as well as significant pollutants from industries in the Clarkson airshed. Having grown up within 250 meters of Midtown, you've heard me coughing all night, my family has suffered many respiratory problems. The concept, my mother's and her neighbors' homes have flooded repeatedly. There's a pump up there tonight. The Conservation Authority has cautioned about these floods and spills. The concepts talk of protecting and enhancing natural heritage and ecological areas like the 16, while promoting biodiversity and green infrastructure within developed areas. How? Aside from their climate-changing properties, the towers planned near the 16 threaten additional runoff and erosion to the banks. Overdevelopment threatens the significant cultural and natural heritage, the community garden, the pioneer cemeteries, which are still being used by families who own plots, and the 16-Mile Creek, with its rich plant life and the diversity of its fauna, like the 77 species of resident and migratory birds. Overdensification, I just learned from the town tree people that there's a bald eagle nest there that they were just exploring. Overdensification threatens the many protected and endangered species who live here. And back to general quality of life. What about access to other trade-off facilities? For us, it's at best a 20-minute drive to the closest hospital, Credit Valley. In Midtown, at the time, EMS or anxious parents would need to navigate 40-plus floors and into a vehicle during rush hour. Midtown residents will have to travel for everything from schools to medical needs, recreational programs and team sports to houses of worship and seniors' homes, likely for large shops at discount food stores, and even for their jobs along the GO line. How is there a good transition to the rest of Oakville? 50-story buildings would change the entire town. They just don't fit. And especially for the bordering old established neighborhoods, both north, shown here, and south. They are being asked to compromise their quality of life and property values to accommodate Oakville's biggest development. Our skyscapes changed forever. The blue replaced by gray, and increased problems with traffic, pollution, and service accessibility. Despite improvements from the initial plans, the north and south are still being treated differently. The long anticipated 3D pictures were disappointing. Their height diminishing aerial views, ignoring that people look up. Again, we're reminded of the need for human scale. Further, the perspective is only from the south. The northern view is absent. Why do heights taper from 35 to 30 stories? I mean, it's all just too high, but from 35 to 30 stories at the far southwest, where there are no homes, and from 40 to 35 in the north, where there are. The heights are excessive for both sides of the QE, but the north is more disadvantaged. The transition slope to the low-density north is much steeper than in the south, and the Cornwall interface is 70% open space, which is great, but what about we, the north? The costs for infrastructure and services are yet unknown, as we keep hearing, except that they will be astronomically high, like the towers. And please God, they won't be there. The impact of funding shortfalls because of provincial changes to development, community benefits, and parkland charges is the crippling downloading of these onto us taxpayers, and we have to have a say. And you're letting us have it, I know. Despite the major transportation infrastructure needed for Midtown, Metrolinx, brought up again and again, has been absent, for us that is, except in influence. And whatever monies the federal government might deliver, the costs for adding tens of thousands to Oakville's population can bankrupt the town as it has bankrupted Toronto. To give just one example, the parks plan states a typical park costs up to $95 per square meter, while an urban park costs up to 15 times that at $1,500 per square meter. And urban parks are much more costly to maintain. The stated reasons for the density were to prevent sprawl and infill. With recent federal and provincial actions, I fear that's no longer the case. What characterizes Midtown as Oakville? That's been a concern all the way along. 9 slides in the presentation yesterday focused on signature spaces like a 48-story gateway to Oakville. Pointed towers do not signal our town's distinctiveness. The lake, the harbor, the 16, the canopy, the green spaces, the history of this transportation center from Port to Henry Ford, Glen Abbey, the persistence in identifying as a town. These are what make Oakville distinct, and these are absent. Not one graphic actually showed a water view. Heights and zoning should link the ecosystem with the community and allow all Oakvillians to interface with the water. Towers can't act as Oakville's signature. Towers can't be fences, blocking public access and views and separating neighborhoods. Despite best hopes, highly priced condos just will bring more increased prices and hurt established neighborhoods.
Terry, are you just about winding up?
Yes, I'm at the end.
Thank you.
Please consider a different approach to density. Lower buildings along verdant streets with amenities. While planners may hope for well-spaced pointed towers, once zoning is changed, developers could form a divisive wall. The templates we've been shown are not comparators. These cities intensified through organic growth. They didn't say if we build the towers and offices, they will come. Midtown and neighbors should not be asked to carry an inordinate share of the growth and the stresses it will bring. I've always loved the sign on our school secretary's desk. Lack of planning on your part does not constitute an emergency on mine. Neither Midtown nor Oakville can solve the housing problem for the province, let alone the country. But let's do our part, as Oakville has always done throughout history, from the Underground Railroad to the country's highest volunteer rate during the Second War. But let's do it our way, not like Mississauga or Melbourne or Mumbai, but as unique, livable Oakville, the Oakville way. Sincere thanks to everyone for your patience and time.
Terry, thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Haslett-Deal has a quick question.
Through you, Chair Dudek. Jill, could you just pull up, I think there's a slide, it was hard for us to see on our screen. There is a slide that just references the lake, the harbors, the canopy. Near the very end of your notes.
I think it's that one.
So if you would indulge me, could you say one more time what you see as the unique characteristics of Oakville?
The lake, the harbor, the 60-mile creek, the canopy, the green spaces, the history of this transportation center from Port Town to Henry Ford, Glen Abbey, and the persistence in identifying as a town. These are what make Oakville distinct.
Terry, you have persisted through I saw you at multiple workshops. We've received multiple letters. Thank you very, very much for caring.
And I've also written Mr. Crawford, and I did see his assistant here last night. So the more anyway, thank you. And thank you for all the incredible presentations. They've been just incredible.
Thank you so much. And Nick Hutchins is our next presenter, not a stranger to us.
Do I not get called councillor these days? No? Damn.
Former.
First of all, Chair, Chairman Dudek, Councillor, Mayor, thank you for allowing me to be here. Before I go into this, I just want to say that I was being extremely impressed with all the presentations, particularly the OMG group. It strikes me too that everybody's trying to stuff so much into such a small space, and there needs to be maybe thinking out of the box. This building is going to be coming down, the parking lots. Why don't you switch or swap the land here to put more space for parks in Midtown? This could be done, I think, if people thought about connecting Midtown with other areas of the town. There are a lot of things can do, and one of the things I'm going to be talking about is having a bridge coming out of the back side from the south service road over 16 Mile Creek to Wycroft, so that there are more exits. But it just has struck me as one of the things that can be done if you start thinking a little bit outside of the box and not all concentrate on thinking just inside Midtown, and how you can swap land and maybe reduce the density there, increase the density here. I mean, the people who own property in Midtown will be just as happy to build here as Midtown if it can be done. Anyways. Okay, I'm actually not going to be talking too much about Midtown. My stick is traffic and traffic issues. This is a picture of the area we're talking about. I wanted to bring this up because back in 2015, when I was on council, it struck me that the town had tracked all the worst intersections in the whole town, but didn't actually track the regional intersections. As you can see, down here on Kerr Street is one of the 2 worst intersections in the whole of the town. There's another one over here, okay, on 3rd line. But these are the 2 town worst ones. Sorry, I can't get my fingers right. But there are 2 intersections here, Cornwall and Trafalgar, and right next to it, up above it, Cross and Trafalgar. Both are disasters as intersections, particularly since Metrolinx managed to build this huge parking garage on the south side, so everybody rushing to get home tries to go up north, up to Trafalgar, and even blocks the westbound Cornwall traffic unless there's a cop standing there giving out tickets. I don't know whether people know, but traveling west from Chartwell to Kerr Street, there are 7 signalized intersections in about 1.5 kilometers. Now, when you have that, you don't, in a dense city, you don't have the ability, if one doesn't clear, it backs up really fast. And if you go north from Trafalgar, Cornwall, just to the QEW, there are 3. And each of those are, in 500 meters. So people trying to get out from the GO train to go north block the Cornwall-Trafalgar intersection, which then blocks up the whole of the road going north. When Midtown is going to be built, there's going to be some 50 to 60,000 more people supposedly in the area. And I did a little bit of research, and I've got this at the back. You can look at it. But Dr. Might's spec, theoretical maximum saturation flow per lane. About 1,900 vehicles per hour can travel on a lane. If you've got a left turn, you can only get about 300 in peak hour times through. For a roundabout, and I knew you'd be thinking I'd be coming to roundabouts shortly. I've been dying to teach you all about it, but anyways. You need about 165 foot, but there are roundabouts in all sorts of sizes. This is a theoretical engineering things, but if you've been to anywhere in Europe or the Caribbean or anywhere, there are roundabouts of all different sizes. So basically, that's the only map I have of the things, because I was told I couldn't get any modern town maps. So I've marked A, B, C going up Trafalgar. D is the intersection on the other side of the QEW. E is the cross Spears Road Bridge, 16 Mile Creek. F is where I'd like to put a bridge over there, all to alleviate traffic. So intersection A is Trafalgar Cornwall. As I've already explained, the stacked Metrolinx car park creates huge problems in rush hour going west. So rush hour going west on Cornwall is always busy, particularly if the QEW is blocked. Everybody jumps off on Ford, and then there's a continual line of cars from Ford Drive over to Kerr, and it doesn't stop. I've been living here for 37 years, so I've seen the Trafalgar under the railway bridge be flooded. Nobody can travel through. If you saw the Cross Avenue part, we had to fill in when half of the road fell away. So things happen. Okay. The solution is, in my opinion, is a roundabout at Cross Avenue and Trafalgar, as you'll hear. Not only it eliminates the traffic and having to organize it, and people can't block a roundabout, but it also has the neat thing in that you can use it, for instance, for accessing the high-rise buildings that are going to be built in the Whole Foods car park. That can be the entrance. The exit can be on Ford. You don't have to widen Cornwall going west and build yet another line of parked cars trying to get by a traffic signal. Intersection C, I don't know whether you remember that, but A and B, intersection B is Trafalgar, sorry, B is Trafalgar and Cross Avenue. Again, the solution is a roundabout. Intersection C, you can do away with the traffic signals completely, as long as you don't allow people coming off the QEW to go north. They can go underneath. There's going to be a tunnel underneath, which will take them over to the South Service Road, and then they can come south on that, meet the roundabout at B, Trafalgar Cross, go around and then go north. Or they can come off the road, off the QEW coming from the west, go south on Trafalgar, hit the roundabout, and then go north. That removes a complete traffic signal and a stop and a bar to going north completely. As I said, intersection C, you can eliminate completely, so it basically gives you much more space to stagger the traffic when it all comes at one point. And it's the westbound rush hour that is your key issue you're designing for. Just to remind people, D is the intersection just on the other side. I can't see we can do anything with that. It's going to have to remain a traffic signal. Okay, E is now, we're talking about the Cross Avenue, Spears, and Cornwall intersection, which is also a problem. When I was on council, I had an argument with town because in their initial system, they were putting two left lanes on Cross Avenue so that you could go could go east. And I pointed out that wasn't really where people wanted to go. They wanted to go west. So they did find and made the mistake they'd made and changed it. But it's not good enough, because the problem is you're going to have 50,000 people there with cars and vehicles. You're going to have more and more people coming from all directions to get on the GO station. Access is going to be very difficult, and all of this is going to be compromised by the rush hours, mainly the western rush hours, and people are going to be very frustrated. And if you can't get to where you want to go people won't want to live there. So you can't afford to change the 16 Mile Creek Bridge. It's too expensive. You've got Queen Mary Bridge on top of that you'd have to widen. So what you can do, though, is, again, you can eliminate the left turn lane on Spears Road as you head east completely, because there's a large chunk of concrete there, which is
Nick, you're past your 10 minutes. Are you
Oh.
just about wrapped up?
more or less. Another 3 minutes or so. Anyway, there's a large chunk, large chunks of concrete down here, which can be removed and have another lane going west. Lastly, you need a bridge out of the back end of Midtown, because otherwise it's going to be very dangerous if there's ever an accident. A Mississauga evacuation style, or a fire in one of these buildings that are being proposed, or you've only got two access points, and both at Cross Avenue at either end. And you're going to have to try and get a lot of people out and a lot of emergency people in. So you can read the rest of it. I will give it to you, and leave it with you. But anyway, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. But I didn't teach you about roundabouts. But I did say,
You didn't disappoint.
I did say that that's one of your solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last delegate is John Valley. Mr. Valley? Thank you for your willingness to delegate, and you have 10 minutes.
Madam Chair, do you have any idea how hard you have to fight to be the final presenter of 17? Mayor Burton, councilors, staff, first, thanks for engaging in a process where information is shared, options are presented, and affected residents and concerned citizens have a chance to offer their views. And believe me, I've heard over the last 2 evenings a lot of concerned citizens. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the particular efforts of Ward 3 councilors Hazlitt Thiel and Giddings. They've done a wonderful job of trying to keep people informed. I hope you take the applause. Good. Second, thanks to staff and consultants for expanding our information base and adding to our vocabularies. Precincts, nodes, densification, cultural centers, pedestrian-friendly, fine-grain block structures. You know, most of us are simple taxpayers, the type of good old-fashioned folks who live in neighborhoods. 3 words: compatibility, character, and community. A little context. In late 1980, my wife and I decided that we would be living in the GTA. We decided to settle here. We had looked in West Toronto, Mississauga, and thought of Oakville as the outer limit. A savvy realtor convinced us to come out and routed us down Churchill, said turn right on Lakeshore, go to the Royal LePage office in beautiful downtown Oakville. I can still remember saying to my wife, around Maple Grove and the Lakeshore, I don't know which house we're going to buy, but I know where we're going to live. Why? Because you could feel the tone of the town and the commitment to community everywhere. At an extreme, we are now discussing and debating density on a 1 square kilometer plot that was pretty close to what the population of the town was back then. Some observations following last evening's meetings by staff and consultants. And by the way, when I mentioned the OMG presentation to my wife, she said, be short. You don't want them saying, oh my God, he's droning on. And be nice, oh my God, what a jerk. But some observations following last evening's presentations by staff and consultants and by a range of affected residents and concerned citizens, the ones who live here and know the texture and the fabric of our community. Number one, I left that meeting with the potential for a better outcome being real, and one that can achieve early phase mandated population increases and employment numbers, and one that is less impactful on and more respectful of Oakville's heritage and character. Two, while certain targets are Midtown-centric, all growth need not originate from this 1 square kilometer. It can be reasonably distributed growth, not just highly concentrated growth. Three, a function of governance and executive leadership is risk management. When asked, the consultants responded that residential and commercial uptake would depend on a number of variables and was not guaranteed. It kind of reminded me of the movie Field of Dreams and the great phrase that came out of there, but I'm going to paraphrase it twice. If we build it, will they come? And second, if we build it, given the bloody traffic problems, will they be able to get there? Oakville has an aura and a reputation. It's classic, genteel, soft. It's not a glass and steel tower town. And by the way, we keep referring to tall towers. Frankly, based on the options that have been presented, I would say it's not tall towers, it's faulty towers. The presentation showed, and I think it was page 37, showed renderings of some of the developments elsewhere in North America. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Houston, downtown Vancouver. If we wanted to live in that type of environment, we'd bloody well move there. We'd be in Vaughan, North Mississauga, Thornhill, downtown Toronto. We make our homes here. It's not just a place where we have shelter. Three quick last points. Proximity and adjacency to Midtown. Midtown is not the only area of Centertown where development and densification will occur. There will be materially intense developments along the Rebecca Church corridor, 26 stories at last count, and along Kerr Spears. All those developments add up, number one. Number two, respect the areas that have been held to a higher standard for decades. The heritage area that begins but a few blocks to the south. Residents of this area are subject to the rightful and rigorous standards of the Heritage Department, and they now face the potential for having, within a few hundred yards of them, an urban jungle to the north. Finally, proximate green space and recreational amenities need to be factored in from that area. You may not realize it, but our area recently celebrated a significant but unrecognized 30th anniversary. The vacancy of the former Oakville Trafalgar High School. Yes, it is 30 bloody years. And while the Board of Education possessed power over that land for 20+ years, it has been in the remit of this council for close to the last 10. It is a rat-infested, rapidly deteriorating, asbestos-laden, rotting mess, and I'm trying to stay positive when I say that. A positive suggestion: 1, repurpose the grounds as a park that could be drawn upon by the people on the southern end of this Midtown development, regardless of its configuration. You have a parking lot, locker rooms, and hygiene facilities of the rec center right to the north of it, and to the south of it you have seniors' facilities. They could take advantage of that parkland. It's immediate. 2, find a way to acknowledge the history of the site. Put a bronze casting of the building from its glory days, a plaque that sets out the history of the area, including the hospital and the high school. 3, if you don't mind, and I live fairly close to it, bring in an exterminator to address the rodent issue. Make it an exterminator, not a rodent relocation team. And make this project an element of proximate green space, and use the freed up ground area to perhaps be able to lower the profile of the buildings that are going to go in there. One last comment: densification has both a physical and fiscal dimension to it. It also has social dimensions. Any increase in population density, any increase, both residential and commercial, will bring heightened security needs. A critical element of any such projects will be to ensure that the security needs of the Midtown development area and the same needs hosting catchment, the hosting catchment area are fully addressed. And one last comment, an observation from last night. I sensed that there was a real disconnect between the governing body of the town and staff and the consultants. And certainly the people with differing views are the ones who are going to turn out. But I sense there is a gulf. I've had the good fortune to sit on corporate boards. I've been a senior executive in 2 turnaround situations, and I've had the privilege of taking a period of public service where, on occasion, I presented to cabinet. If I had brought a concept forward as significant as this one is to the town of Oakville, with a narrow range of options and not even a plus or minus 20% fiscal estimate, I would have been shot as a presenter to either the corporate boards and the turnarounds or by cabinet. And as a corporate director, I would have made the other person have hell to pay. Sorry, discretion is usually the better part of valor, but I could not resist saying that. Thank you.
Appreciate your sincerity. One of your counselors has a question for you. Councillor Heslett-Thiel.
Go ahead.
John, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I've enjoyed our calls over the last few years. I wanted to make sure that you highlighted a few things, one of which was you talked about compatibility, character, and community. Did I get those 3 C's correct?
You did.
Okay, and you talked about the texture and fabric of our community and what's held it together and enabled it to grow over time. What I really have especially appreciated is that it was a very balanced perspective around, it's not that you don't want the growth, but you do want it to be a reflective of who we are as Oakvillians and what the future of Oakville could be, keep the best of who we are. Thank you for taking time out of a busy life that I know you lead and joining others in raising your voice to there is a better way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have a late edition that I understand the clerk received last night. Eric Genier, I believe.
Good evening, Council. So I would just like to bring up 2 points specifically. So there's been a lot of talk about how we're not with the high-rise buildings. But I would just like to point out a fact, or maybe not a fact, more of just opinion from a young person, that we are already living in a deficit of housing through the years of urban sprawl that Oakville has participated in. And I think I want to ask the question to the councilors and to the public is that are high-rise buildings a bullet we just have to bite to meet these housing goals? Because I'm hearing a lot of interesting and different methods from the citizens to thwart having high-rises. But we just, are we ignoring some sort of truth that, we don't want more development further out. We don't want, we don't want more suburban sprawl that more further out from the main center. So, what I'm getting at is we have to bear with the possible truth that that high rises are just a fact of life at this point for a town that's so close to Toronto with so much economy. That doesn't mean that they have, just to add another point, I don't think they have to be ugly skyscrapers. I do believe there is a way to make good-looking skyscrapers. There is ways, but I think there is this notion that, oh no, we don't need skyscrapers. We can figure something else out that makes everything beautiful and pretty, right? Now, what I'm trying to say is, I guess, is this just something that we are just hoping will happen? This is something that's we're kind of seeing the reality that we're gonna need more densification. Can we go to the point of getting more, can we actually do densification? Because right now it seems like we want densification, but we don't want densification. We're kind of in the middle right now. So yeah, I'm just gonna leave that as a thinking point. And my second point would be, I've noticed that for a lot of the street structures and spaces within the Midtown Oakville, there's a lot of talks about having our different lanes of traffic with different with the bus routes and the car widths and car traffic. And I think we're kind of missing the lack. I would like to see more of a push for full pedestrianized spaces, because I did see in the pictures from the developers that there were still some on-street parking spots in these pedestrianized areas. But if we truly want a quiet, livable space, we need to start looking at getting rid of more cars. And I know that's that's a very debatable topic these days. But to make the great towns, like all of North America, right, was built on train stations. They started with train stations, and then as cars came back and became a thing of prominence in the 50s, we got them out, and we've been left at this very difficult and long process of making Oakville and all of Ontario a more faster place to travel, because our perception of time has been warped so much by cars. So it's not the point of getting rid of cars completely, because people need cars, but we want to get to the point where the only people who are driving cars are the people who need to or want to. Because I'm pretty sure not everyone wants to drive a car. I'm pretty sure everyone needs to drive a car, though. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Always interesting to have another perspective. I appreciate you taking the time to present it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none. Before I open the floor to poll the audience, just a reminder, we're now at 10 after 9. We have till 10 o'clock. We still have considerable questions I anticipate from members of council. We have to hear from staff regarding the issues list and sort of outlining the next steps. So If you do want to come forward and delegate, please try to present something that may not have been covered thus far. And there's no problem coming forward and saying, I agree with so-and-so and fully support that point of view. That's acceptable as well. So do I have any further people to delegate? Oh, yes, Doug. I'd ask that you identify yourself for the clerk and afterwards just provide the clerk with your, when she comes back. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you. Doug McKagan. Thank you for the moment. I'll try and be very brief. I have 3 points to make based on everything I've heard last night and today. Number one, I think it's worth emphasizing that whatever is built in Midtown is going to affect the whole of Oakville. This is not a Ward 3 specific problem or issue. I think it matters to the whole town, whatever we end up building there. Second, I have great sympathy for staff and the consultants trying to forge or advise the town on a plan when it is very clear that all of the people who should be involved in the planning are not. The province is responding to housing problems and throwing the issue over the wall to the municipalities. They're mandating population numbers, but they're not participating in the planning, and we're in an official plan amendment process. That's what we're trying to do. But the rules keep changing. And some key players, provincial agencies, appear not to be involved in the planning in any meaningful way. And that, as a citizen, that's outrageous. And I hear what Councillor O'Meara said, but it's not good enough, in my opinion, for the council just to say we can do nothing about it. You know, I think we as citizens look to the council to provide us with leadership. If what is being asked of the town is not reasonable, give us some leadership. We can respond as citizens to the province, but we need some help from the town. We need leadership. The third point is that once the plan, the official plan is amended and we have a plan in place and a vision, whatever it is, as Councillor Knowles pointed out yesterday, there's no guarantee that the damn thing will ever get built in that form. And again, we need the people who, we need some mechanism for ensuring that the vision is realized. And the only people, it seems to me, the only agency that is there that we can look to realize that is the province. And again, we need some direction as citizens. If we end up with a vision which all of us love, we need some way of ensuring that it's realized. And I think the province has a role in that. And what happened in Liberty Village with Metrolinx opportunistically coming in and taking advantage of their property that was gifted to them, well, to their predecessors in the development of the railroads, that's an outrageous thing that happened there. And again, they're a provincial agency. We have, as citizens, some influence over that. We need some leadership from the town. Thank you. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, poll one last time, and then I'll restrict it to table. For questions from members of the council, at the conclusion of the questions, I will ask staff to provide us with an issues list of those items that they've heard that have been left unanswered or need further clarity. And again, I'll poll you to see whether or not any of those items are missing that you wanted to see contained. So, who wants to lead off? Alan, Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through Chair Duddy, thank you very much. One issue that I'm just wondering how we address it is the fact that yesterday, I think it was the provincial government said that there's 2.3 million people that do not have family doctors. And in fact, in the next 2 years, it's going to double. So we're talking 4.6 million residents. Argus Road has got a medical facility, and I think there's, I don't know how many doctors, 9 doctors or something there. I think they've got 13,000 plus people that they are responsible for. And if that closes down in the next couple of years, I guess that just means that we'll just have 13,000 more residents in Oakville that will not have medical doctors. Because if they move far from where they are, the doctors, like there's some kind of a provincial rule that in fact the doctors, if they moved up near the hospital now, they would lose all of those patients anyway. Like, does the town have any way of making sure medical facilities are available in that area for the residents? Like, how does that work?
Commissioner Garby.
Madam Chair, I'm by no means an expert on the medical system, and I don't think anyone in this country is actually. Having said that, the municipality has no influence on that process. We can make best efforts to attract doctors through our economic development department, but that's really the extent of it.
So the doctors are here now, but if they can't find a place in the same vicinity, then it's just the residents just don't have a doctor. That's really with the control we have correct right now.
So for clarity, we have no ability to require or mandate the location of doctors or the presence of doctors.
So is there any predictions of that area where the medical center is that it could be developed within the next 2 years? Will they have what is required in place to do that by 2026? Is that do we know if that could happen?
Through you, Madam Chair. We haven't heard from the applicant that there's an intent to redevelop immediately or to demolish the building. Their intent would be to keep tenants in place for as long as possible.
So I'm not sure what that means. Like, could they, if they applied now, could they do something? Would we have everything in place by 2026 with our new official plan, and they'd be able to get the services required? Is that a possibility?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's would be a process that would be involved prior to the applicant looking to demolish the building. That would go through our building department, and they would have to review that. In terms of having services available to redevelop to the extent that has been proposed, don't know that would be available in the next couple of years. There's still a fair amount of servicing work that still has to occur that has been identified by Halton Region, and the timing to commence that, if memory serves, is around 2026. So it's going to take some time before that site's able to redevelop in that sense.
So 2026 maybe isn't a concern, is what you're thinking? Or is a concern?
Given the information that we have right now, it's not an immediate concern, but that could change if the applicant would be looking to demolish. Again, we don't have that information at this point.
Okay, I thank you very much and I appreciate the answers. Thank you for the clarity.
Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, we've talked, wow, it's been 2 days of great information and so forth, and I'm not concerned right now about what's happening above ground. I want to know what's happening below ground. I'd like to know what the impact of servicing will be on the residents of Oakville with respect to this development going in, whether it be first phase, second phase, whatever the case may be, and what the impact would be in the timing and the cost of servicing for this Midtown development. I think we've talked about everything else, but I'm really concerned how we're going to do this servicing and how we get it there and what the costs incurred is going to be incurred for it. So if we can get that questions asked, I really appreciate it.
Through Madam Chair. So the planning of servicing is done through an area servicing plan, which will follow the land use concepts. So we develop a master plan, servicing plan for the area. We price it out. We put it in our capital program. The local services typically are delivered by the developers, so it coincides with the development timing of their infrastructure and building plans. The regional infrastructure has a timing that's different, the major water and wastewater facilities that are being planned. So it's a complex question, Councillor. If you have a more specific question, then I'm happy to answer.
Okay, let's make it specific then on this one. The servicing of water and so forth has to be pumped up from the lake or for our pump stations, I guess, in by the lake. Is that correct? I'm going to ask that question. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not have the answer for you for Midtown, as this is a regional responsibility. Water and wastewater is a regional responsibility, and we are doing area servicing plan for Midtown.
Commissioner Food, sorry, Councillor Chisholm, I wonder if I can just assist. Just confirm that we've had ongoing talks with the region of Halton regarding the timing and the coordination of services, because I know Councillor Chisholm has raised this before, and rightly so. If you plan for something, you have to have the infrastructure there to be able to flush the toilets and turn on the taps. Is that correct?
That's completely correct.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's correct. We've been working with the region on the area servicing plan for Midtown.
Yeah, but you've had those discussions. You should probably have those answers with respect to the impact and maybe not the cost, but where it's going to be located. My concern is this: it's going to be a major impact to existing homeowners if it's coming up from the lake and so forth. I would like to know what the timing and the length of time of construction would be in order to support Midtown. That to me is a major issue that's going to come apparently going to come up very soon in this in this development.
Through you.
Can we get that information?
Yes, I could answer partially the information. We've been working with the region. They had completed an area servicing plan for Midtown previously, and there will be servicing supply to the area for both water and wastewater. And currently, they are working already on the wastewater infrastructure that is coming from the south to north to Trafalgar to connect into Midtown, which is basically the inlet into Midtown. And the water is not a problem from a capacity perspective, so that's definitive from what we have so far.
Okay, you answered partially the question I'm asking. I'm asking the impact to the residents with respect to timing and construction, how long that construction will do. I would assume, I'm just making an assumption because I wasn't part of the this technical group. I would assume the pipes are going up Trafalgar Road. Is that correct?
The pipe is going through Trafalgar Road. The impact to the community and the timing of construction will be completed through I believe our phase 6 and 7 of the Midtown implementation plan. We will have all the servicing planned out and the timing planned as well.
So what we're saying, we don't know what the timing will be on that construction at this point in time. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't have all the construction timing for all the services in the Midtown.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm trying to be as succinct as I can in my question to staff here, and I believe it was one of the last gentlemen who delegated, John, I believe, in the back corner there, who brought this word up of the word gap between where we all are here, and I think that was very profound. And my council colleague, Councillor Longo, talked about, well, what do we all agree to? And I guess my question to staff is, I mean, there is a disconnect between even what residents understand to be developable land in this area. And there's a disconnect between, you know, what are the minimums and what are options. There is such a disconnect that delegations almost felt like this is the beginning of a process. And I'm wondering how we go from here to a statutory public meeting where we're supposed to be, I guess, is one of the last steps for finding this, but there is such a gap between the understanding of what is happening here and the desires of the community to what they're looking for, to what is being presented in an hour-and-a-half presentation last night, which I actually have heard very little comment on the specific presentation that we got, and more of this is what we like. So how are we gonna go in 2 or 3 months and bridge that delta between what I think was aptly put, was extremely wide gap, but we're supposed to be wrapping up a process here. So I'm wondering if staff can tell me how we're gonna bring everyone along on the ride, which we need to be, and get to a point where we can move forward. And I am no way, shape, or form expecting everybody to be happy and everybody to be on the same page with everything. But I think there should be a modicum of understanding where everybody gets it and understands and reads from the same hymn sheet, which I don't even think we've got books in the same language right now. So I'm trying to figure out how we do this, and then. So the second point is, one thing we really don't discuss at all is if we can't bridge that gap, and this council doesn't believe we can bridge that gap, and what is the ramifications that the landowners have right now if we can't get an OPA together, and if we don't agree on things, what are the consequences of that, and what leverage and what are the landowners, I won't say developers, because not all of them are developers. Some people still just own land and they don't know what to do with it, but they all want to maximize their dollars. So what are the ramifications if we can't bridge this gap in the coming months? What position does that put this council in, or the future of Midtown in, if it's going to be possibly decided by a tribunal and developers? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. And if you'd be patient with me, Councillor O'Meara, and you can ask me follow-up questions if I don't get. It does appear that there is a disconnect, and I think we've been trying to paint the planning framework under which that we have to conform to, that starts with the population forecast. It influences the provincial, the growth plan that designates this area as an urban growth center, that is a major transit station area that has a significant transit investment, is adjacent to a 400 series highway. And so the trying to paint the picture of the planning framework that we're obligated to move towards is pretty significant. And we've been trying in repeated meetings to try to paint the urgency and the imperative of that, and I have asked our consultant, just to take a quick check of the OMG plan, just from a planning framework, and how does this fit in, and where where the planning framework is directing the town to go. So you can hear from Lee at the appropriate time. And Councilor O'Meara, you can ask another question.
No, you're great. And then just the other thing was where we get left off if we can't figure this out together, and how does that settle us and Midtown with regards to what landowners might want and what their possible ramifications might be if this council can't come together with residents and with staff. So.
Right. So there, the existing applications that are at the municipal board, and until a new OPA is passed, will be evaluated against the current in-force policies. So that includes the provincial policies that we were talking about, includes the existing policy, the existing OPA for Midtown that I was talking about yesterday. It includes the challenges of the disconnect between eliminating bonusing and effectively in this area, eliminating the height restrictions. So it leaves us, I guess, in a vulnerable position because we're arguing based on what the current policies say from that perspective, and without and this process is really intended to help us shape what our evidence will be at the board, and so the planning has been trying to coalesce around the reasonable planning framework that's in existence. So it does leave us in a bit of a quandary of how to present evidence at the board in defense of what the developers are proposing.
So if I can, and not to put words in your mouth at all, but I'm trying to, again, bridge this language gap again. And I've been a councillor for 10 years, and still planning language sometimes come into me like Roman numerals. So I understand how residents would be confused too. If there is a large concern about height and density, there is a which I have heard consistently, right? If we do not put our plan in place, a new plan that meets provincial requirements in some way, shape, or form, are you saying we're more vulnerable to not having any say over heights and because it's under an old plan that doesn't line up with new provincial mandates? So when we say we're more vulnerable, are we more vulnerable to more density and height if we don't put some kind of a plan in now, or will we just fall back to the old plan? And I mean, what do you mean by vulnerability when we talk about what we've heard the concerns from the residents are?
So through you, it's a great question, and I realize that I divert back into planning ease, and I appreciate your prompts to simplify it. So in Ontario, we have a permissive planning system, which means people are allowed to apply for change. Which is at the heart of a lot of our consternation, is how do we guarantee things move in a certain direction? So the developers have applied for what they believe, and when you present evidence, it's as much as what could happen, it's actually more based on why can't that particular application happen? Why ought not to? And if the town can't present credible evidence within the structure of the planning framework that we've presented, then we have really no evidence that would stand. So in respect of that, our chances of success, I think our solicitors would say, would be a lot limited, and Midtown would be shaped by those applications.
Okay, thank you. I won't keep you in the hot seat anymore. I do appreciate that. And I think your last point about we have to prove why people can't do what they've applied to do. And without that framework, it's much more difficult to do. And I think that's sage advice. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway there.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep my my request brief. I just have a specific request for the staff, and I think you've heard me articulate a couple times my concerns around overly ambitious and not substantiated plans in terms of the retail, cultural, community use spaces. And I've asked this question a couple times of the consultants and staff, and I know that they've taken under advisement and they've provided some information, but I'm very concerned that we haven't properly investigated this aspect and that we haven't heard from any consultants or any experts in this area to actually validate the assumptions around this. Retail's changing dramatically, and we see retail centers struggling. Oakville Place is struggling, even filling its space. And I really think that we are predicating much of the quality of life in this proposed new community around these recreational, shopping is the #1 recreational activity in North America. That's just a fact. And we're predicating a lot of this, the quality of life built on that retail, the cultural spaces, the boutiques, the cafes, et cetera. I've been through this before. We've all been through this before. In Oak Park, we went through this and we never got it. Palermo, we did study after study and built beautiful plans, we never got it. Even a lot of the buildings that were originally planned and presented to us with like nice retail show up here with nail salons and beauty shops. So I really would hope that as we move forward, as we move this process forward, that we can get more detail on the analysis that's happened and perhaps have some experts actually come and speak to us to give us a level of comfort that we've really thought this thing out properly. Because it's great to fill sales brochures and slide decks full of beautiful pictures of what could be, but I would like to see how it's justified and understand whether it's viable or not in light of the changing economy, face of retail, and frankly, the desire of developers to get in and out quickly, because that usually means they want to sell condos and condoized retail spaces, which aren't always conducive for large format retail.
Just through you, Madam Chair, thanks for the question. There is a retail market expert on the team, and we will definitely bring that forward through the economic and market studies that we're doing.
Can we get any of that documentation up front so that we have an opportunity to review it? Because if the materials are there, is there anything that can be circulated so we can start to absorb some of that? Because I think we're going to be drinking water from a fire hose on this entire project for a while, and it would be good to get some of that information up front.
We'll be mindful of that and see what we have available and when we might have it available.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
We have 3 speakers in the queue, and I imagine we'll have more as things unfold. I have a motion from Councillor Longo to go past the hour. Given that this is our last meeting before the next process, I think it's important we vet out all the issues and discuss it thoroughly, given all the comments we've received. Is there anyone opposed to going past the hour? Not surprising. That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, has anyone done a deep dive into North Oakville? It seems if there was any kind of comparison, we don't actually really need to go very far. I know some of my council colleagues were here when even North Oakville first got planned and was in the planning stages. So it would be good to have some kind of insight into, if you're taking this part of Midtown and taking the plans that you have, if you just put it on top of North Oakville and what is here already, I think it would be a good idea to see how it's worked. We're the first area that has full density. And quite honestly, one of the biggest concerns I hear and what I hear from residents is it's too dense. And we don't even have 50-story buildings here. We have some of our condos going up now, which are not close to 50 stories, but I have a lot of residents who also come to me and say they don't feel like they live in Oakville. They feel like North Oakville is very separate from South Oakville. It doesn't look like South Oakville. It doesn't feel like South Oakville. And so therefore they don't even feel like they live in Oakville. And if we already have that, and it's already developed, has there been any kind of research or anything done to see how North Oakville, if it's actually worked from the planning stages 25 years ago to fruition to where it is now?
Through you, Madam Chair. North Oakville and Midtown serve vastly different functions. North Oakville is developed as a predominantly ground-related greenfield site. Oakville, Midtown is an urbanizing area that's meant to be the highest density in the municipality. It's also got the transit infrastructure and the 400 series highway and so on. So they serve vastly different functions. So the comparison is not something that we have considered. There are lessons to be learned for Greenfield through an analysis of North Oakville, but its applicability to this strategic growth area is limited, I think.
I think, to be honest, I don't know if I would agree with that, because at the end of the day, it's just people living on a piece of land. And they're both pieces of land. And we have the 407, which is close to us, which I know a lot of people use. The other 400 series highways are not that far from us going down Dundas. I think transit is one thing, and I think I've said it before too. Even if people who are living in Midtown use transit to go downtown for work, they're gonna come back and they're still gonna need to use their vehicles to get everywhere else, to take their children to places and to go everywhere else. I think this is no surprise, but I would also take issue with the number of schools. If you look at the number of schools that we have up in the north, and even if you don't want to use that as a comparable, you would need to. You see the number of schools that we have here, and those are not even sufficient enough. And again, we don't have 50-story buildings. But the schools that we are getting, and even the ones that we have, are not sufficient enough to serve the community. I still believe that it would be a good idea to look at what's been done up here, just to show that you know, we can't make Midtown like Square One, Mississauga, or Liberty Village. Oakville was always a small town, and you know, it was supposed to feel like a village, and now it's become a city. So I think I would suggest, and I would hope that maybe someone would look into North Oakville a little bit and see what the comparables are, and based on the presentation that was done by OMG, it made a lot of sense. There are so many other ways that this can be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nando. Councillor McNeese.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Dudek. I'll try to be brief, but I just wanted to touch a little bit about what I've heard from a few delegations, and the last delegate mentioned it as the mechanism to bring the vision to life. So it seems like we still have some work to do on the vision. There's many ways you can go about density. It takes many shapes and forms, and it'll probably be a combination of several different built forms. But that mechanism is critical, and the delegate mentioned, you know, looking to the province, and the province does offer us other tools, some tools that we're not using. And many mentioned the community planning permit system, which is very common for projects like this out west, out east, throughout the US. Something that's not too common in Ontario, but it's becoming more and more common, and luckily our neighbors next door, Burlington, are using it. I think it's mentioned twice in the consultant's presentation at the bylaw phase. I think if we wait till that phase, it's far too long. It needs to be baked in by statute and the OPA, the official plan amendment, which is scheduled for April 22nd. Seeing Burlington's a few steps ahead of us, I pulled up their official plan amendment that's in draft form since December. You know, official plan amendments are not small documents. It's 70 pages. I would hate to get an official plan amendment, then we realize we want to put CPPS in it. And if I just search, I did a quick search for how many times it's referred to in the document, and there's 110 references to it. So it's baked right into that document, and that's the enabling legislation to ensure that the vision, which one delegate mentioned as being compatible, ensuring that we get the character and that complete community. Those types of things can be baked into it so that we have an implementation mechanism that can bring it to life. So there's many reasons why I think that's the tool. My suggestion would be between now and April 22nd that we have either a workshop or a meeting. We bring in some expertise around this. There's not a lot in Ontario. I don't think we have an expert on our team in CPPS, but Burlington does have some expertise and some consultants there. I'm sure they'd be willing to indulge us on the pros and cons and how it's worked there and how they see going forward on their MTSAs. So that's my suggestion before we get an OPA in front of us and realize we want to bake it in, because it's right into this thing 110 times. So it's not that we just mention it and then we can use it. It's got to be part of the shape of the OPA, and if we don't, we have to do an official plan amendment to the official plan amendment, which would start this process all over again. So I'll stop there, but my ask is that we do that thorough exploration before we have an official plan amendment before us.
Thank you, Councillor. In anticipation of your question, and we've actually been planning to bring to Council an overview of some of the other tools as well, including CPPS. We're targeting March for an overview of for Council, for education purposes, what CPPS, the Community Planning Permit System is, how it's enabled, and the steps that need to be undertaken to implement a CPPS process. We're also going to look at some of the other tools for affordability, like inclusionary zoning. Midtown is a designated PMTSA. It's a protected MTSA, which allows us to implement the inclusionary zoning tools. And we're also going to be looking at some of the other tools like community improvement plans that we can deliver on some of the key pieces. So we do have that targeted for March in a workshop form, and then get some direction, further direction from Council at that time.
And just follow up, do you feel, would that give you enough time to get it sort of baked, if the direction is to get it baked into the OPA for Midtown, will that March date give you enough time?
I think that our objective would be to structure the OPA so that it's fully enabled and go as far as we can with what we've got.
Okay. And my ask also would be, seeing we've got a neighbor next door, we had a delegate said, let's beg, or I forget what the quote was, but let's copy and steal what we can. I would love to hear from their consultant, because Dylan is an expert across the country in doing this. They're known for it out west. They've been involved in every plan in Ontario, as far as I know. I only know of one other consultant that has any experience with CPPS in Ontario. I would love to, I think we'd be remiss if we don't talk to our neighbor about their experience with it, so that we can have that thorough understanding that delegates and many delegates have asked for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Janet and I have received a number of questions through phone discussions, emails, our residents associations, as well as conversations at Sobeys and the Isle of Home Hardware. One of the phone calls earlier today took me back to the early days of this committee, when she mentioned that the quote that we had, this is a unique, once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape a new community in Oakville. The goal is to create a complete community. With that, Janet and I combined the questions that we have been receiving, deleted the duplicates, and looking for your direction, we have a number of them here. I've sent them to the clerk. Would you like these to be read out, or how would you like me to move forward?
Like, I know what to do here. So, Commissioner Garvey, can you?
Yeah, through you, unless there's something you wanted to highlight, Councillor, you don't need to read them all out.
So you're going to submit them?
Yeah, I've submitted those. Those will go to council as well. There are a number of them. If I could just call out a couple, obviously the Metrolinx parking further feedback that we'd appreciate on the OMG presentation, and number of planning directions, Commissioner Garby, and obviously, if you have any questions or require any clarity, there are a few dozen of them. We'd appreciate hearing back from you.
Thank you, Acting Chair Longo, Councillor Giddings, Councillor Hazathiel. We appreciate the effort that you put in to consolidate those questions, and we'll make sure that they're tracked through the issues tracker.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thanks very much. Boy, we've heard a lot in the last 2 evenings. I've got one sort of question that I'm hoping staff will be able to come back with some further information on, and that is the relative affordability of the homes that would be constructed in this plan compared to other home designs that might be chosen, either different heights, different formats, and compared to what we're seeing, particularly in North Oakville, where we've got some of the higher density locations already coming online. And I don't know if we've really got a firm set of information before us right now. I feel like we've had some discussion about tools that are available to try to get at things. And I feel that that is trying to target the affordable housing in the provincial terminology that's being used, but not getting at the question of, on average, are we designing a community that will be more expensive or less expensive for the average homeowner, home buyer, renter who might be moving into that community? There are different choices about how we design this community, and they will have some kind of impact on the cost of construction of the community and therefore the cost of buying or renting. So I'd like to see that, and I don't feel like I've seen that. The other sort of a piece of feedback, I guess, is really consistent with what Councillor O'Meara was talking about. I think Councillor O'Meara did a really good job of describing the problem that I think we have as a council, which is we've got our planning staff and our consultants describing this, and the community seems to be way over here. And I foresee a really significant problem coming down the rail at us, which is we're going to be asked to approve some OPA, which the community in the chamber here largely hasn't agreed to. And I think there's going to be pressure to not approve it, putting us in a position where we won't have an OPA to help us defend anything. And it'll be the tribunal making the decision and designing this community for us. And I think we really need to work at making sure that people understand what's going on. The thing that struck me the most was perhaps the delegation yesterday, where there were a bunch of numbers being presented in different densities and housing formats. And when I looked at that, I'm pretty sure that if our staff went through those numbers, they'd find a bunch of issues and concerns about what those numbers were, how they're calculated, the assumptions that went into those things. And the fact that that would be the case is problematic to me, because I think our community right now has heard those numbers, and I bet you they're going to be on a website, if not already, then tomorrow, and they'll be considered right. And people will hang their hat on it and go, well, why don't you use those numbers? And yet we've got a bunch of paid planning staff that probably don't agree with them.
Thank you, Councillor, for those points. And maybe it's an appropriate time to hear from Lee McGrath, who's taken just a preliminary look at some of the information contained in the OMG to give a preliminary sense. We haven't had a great amount of time to do a lot of analysis, and we certainly haven't talked to the presenters to clarify things, but we maybe ask Lee if she could just provide an overview.
I'd be happy to. I'm assuming there's no issues with my audio, so thank you for letting us join virtually tonight. And I do think it's actually very important that we address this matter, and I'm glad that Councillor, you've asked the question. And I think I would like to acknowledge the effort that we recognize that the delegates put forward in preparing that concept, but we think it's really important to speak plainly about a lot of the challenges with it. And as the commissioner said, this is just some high-level reflections, after looking at it last night. So there's a couple of points I'd like to make. The first and I think foremost is that what was presented is insufficient in terms of the population projected to support the provincial requirements. So the OMB approach appears to have created a built form that could accommodate about 30,000 jobs or people, but it doesn't seem to have made the space for accommodating the expected people and jobs. The delegates described how they utilized their assumptions to transfer a unit into a job, or it could be this, or it could be that. So there is some, clarity that would be needed to understand if in fact it's accommodating the expectations for people and jobs. And as a reminder, the region and the town's joint best planning estimates are based on the growth plan, so the province's population forecasts, which are then trickled down into the region and done through the joint best planning estimates, to require 32,400 people and 17,300 jobs in Midtown by 2051, and that's the minimum. And that is, as I said, established through the provincial direction. And then applied through the urban structure within which Midtown is that appropriate place for the highest density growth. So the yields that they showed in the concept aren't showing a full representation of the built form that would be required to meet the minimum people and jobs. And just from the preliminary look at it, additional density would be required to achieve the job component and the people component. And even if it did, we can't only think about meeting a minimum requirement, especially because their concept also relies on every piece of land in Midtown to get that. Which then led to my next thought about the concept, which is that it's unrealistic in terms of the development outlook. The plan would require every parcel within Midtown to be developed by 2051, including, as we pointed out, very long-term land holdings like Home Depot or Metrolinx or whomever, folks that aren't ready to develop, which we know isn't in line with people's objectives in some cases. And we know that not all lands will develop over that time horizon. It's not a guarantee that these parcels will develop, but rather it's our responsibility and obligation to enable that minimum amount of growth to take place should they wish to come forward. So the proposal that we had put forward, the concept from last night, would achieve the minimum population job targets for 2051 in a more flexible manner. That's more realistic, that doesn't demand every piece of land within Midtown to reach the 2051 numbers. So it's that flexibility within our approach that the OMG concept didn't include. Another point that I'd like to make is around public open spaces, public realm and amenities. There weren't dedicated school blocks or recreation centers or large public open spaces. There was open space within their concept, but from what we can tell by looking at the concept, those largely appear to be smaller scaled private open spaces that are associated with residential development. We're not seeing the 3-hectare parks or the 1-hectare parks that are part of the concept that we've created. And the 12% that the town's parks plan is seeking to achieve in Midtown, it's really not clear to me how the OMG concept would be able to achieve that. And it's through those kinds of programmable open spaces, and using that word programmable means, can it fit the playground? Can it fit the soccer field? Can it fit the things that we know that people need in higher density communities? So just relying on internal courtyards may not be sufficient, for the kinds of parkland desires that we know that the town has. And then my final note is around defensibility. And this has come up a couple of times when you're thinking about, another councillor mentioned, are we vulnerable, in a tribunal situation? And so a plan for Midtown, the official plan amendment for Midtown, has to be created to respond directly to the policy context that applies to it. And one of our objectives with the concept that we brought forward is creating that very, I think, a reasonable approach that would hold up to the policy tests in a tribunal scenario. We're not just talking about the minimum population and job projections and the minimum requirements for density, but there's a range of other directions for what the character of urban growth centers is supposed to achieve, or major transit station areas, strategic growth areas. There's layers and layers of expectations for higher density, compact, mixed-use development. And the proposal that we've come up with is one that we really have defensibility in mind. So the alternative that OMG presented, in our opinion, wouldn't be a defensible plan that would be successful at the tribunal, because it wouldn't conform to the policy direction and not demonstrate adequately that it would be meeting those various policy objectives. There are lots of great ideas within the OMG plan that I don't want to lose track of, which are things like walkability, pedestrian orientation, you know, a lot of the desires for the kinds of community that's happening at the street level. You know, we're listening and understanding how can we meet those objectives in a higher density community. Those are some of the takeaways that, you know, we can think about for the proposed concept. But overall, the OMG concept we don't think would meet the policy objectives for Midtown.
Okay, thank you for that preliminary information, I guess. And the last piece of feedback or concern that I heard was, I heard it from a couple of delegations over the course of the last 2 evenings, either very explicitly or I think perhaps implied, concepts about could we transfer some of the density to North Oakville or to some other part of town. And I note that in the presentation from staff on page 7, where it shows the growth centers, that in the Trafalgar corridor and uptown core area, there's 95,000 people being planned for by 2051. It's 3 times, when you put all that together, it's 3 times the size of Midtown in terms of the population, and not talking about the jobs component of it. And so I wonder whether we need to, in the contextualizing of what we're doing here, do a better job of showing the relative growth of populations in different parts of Oakville. Because I think there is, to some extent, perhaps some misunderstanding or lack of knowledge of how much population growth is happening in North Oakville. I know Councillor Nanda brought up the issue of how much development is happening in her ward, and certainly it's happening across town. But those areas along the Trafalgar corridor and all the way up to the 407 have just tremendous amounts of growth and a lot of high-rise type development coming in. In fact, I know at one point there was discussion about the Sheridan lands and the need for them to have high heights on them. Forget about just some student residences, but so I think in terms of the process that we go to and coming forward in the public consultation on this particular plan, I think we need to incorporate that.
Thank you for the point, and Council may recall in August we did a presentation on yields and forecasts, and we showed the distribution of the joint best planning estimates and had a map. That map is actually on our website, and so it can be referenced at any time. And I absolutely take your point, is that it is worthy of constant reminder to show Midtown in its context across the whole municipality. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Haslett-Beal. Before we go to second-time speaker, Councillor Elgar.
So where do I begin? Okay, I want to just make sure I get some straight answers. Can somebody please tell me what is the minimum mandate for an MTSA and an urban growth in Midtown?
Through you, Councillor, and please ask me repetitive questions if I don't provide you with the clarity that you're looking for. The mandate from the province flows to the region. The region, together with the municipalities through joint best planning estimates, gives that mandate to the town. And again, through that joint best planning estimate, the mandate is trickled down to the strategic growth areas and the rest of the municipality. So that is the mandate that appears. It flows down. So while it's indirect, that is the mandate that's required.
Okay, we're going to go through this really in detail. So Toronto has an MTSA and has an urban growth mandate. What are their minimums?
I'm not familiar with Toronto and how they.
Okay, well then let me just make it clear. The MTSA and the Urban Growth Center for Toronto is 2 times what ours is. And in fact, in the provincial planning statements and documents, they actually distinguish between Midtown and Toronto. We are not required to grow at the level of intensity of MTSAs and urban growth centers in Toronto. So we don't need a made in Toronto solution. We're not mandated to hit numbers like are in Toronto. My understanding is the province, who we always want to blame things on, and I'll admit I do that at times, the province understands there's a difference between Oakville and Toronto. And the difference that they articulate is that we're not on a subway line. We are different. So I want that to be clear because there seems to be this inference that, yes, we understand that there's a minimum, but the minimum is distinguished from other MTSAs that are truly, have a much higher level requirement in terms of minimum. So I want that to be clear. On a PPU perspective, can you please tell me, when you did the calculations for what this growth would be, what people per unit did you use?
So I'll ask Lee, and it comes from the development charge background study.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they used the blended rate of 1.7. Is that correct, Lee?
That's correct. So it's from the Watson report. So it was prepared for the town in 2022, and the people per unit is 1.737.
So Mississauga uses 2.2, and the census talks about a much higher number of PPU. And so while some of my council colleagues might infer that some of our residents didn't do their math correct, and they were actually very gracious when they said they were open to having a discussion to get clarity, I'd like to understand why 1.7 when we know that people are triple bunking. We know that multi-generational families are having to move into condos with a 1-bedroom or a one plus a den. Why would we use a PPU of 1.7, which doesn't really project what the future is?
Through you, I'm not an expert. We rely on the experts that we rely on Watson. And there's a difference between the blended average of units. So on blending across the municipality, it's an entirely different number than the specific unit type. So the actual 1.7 is actually an average between the 1 bedroom and less and the 1 bedroom more. So it's actually an average unit. You can actually break down by unit type. But for this exercise, I think USI used that blended average because it's for apartments. So I can't explain to you, Councillor. I apologize. We extracted the number from Watson's report.
So I guess the point that I really want to make is the difference between 1.7 and 2.2 is almost 30%. So what the delegates raised yesterday was the differential between one number and the other. What's been projected on the preferred concept, those numbers could actually be at a minimum 30% more because we are building something that is more than even what Square One is. And on top of that, we need clarity on what the developable land is. Now, I've always understood it to be 43. It may very well be 43, but that clarity, it's a fundamental number that the rest of my colleagues need to understand is accurate, because we will end up in a situation very much like one of the North York planners has written in academic articles about. He's very clearly said, we underestimated the numbers, and therefore we underestimated the community services. We did not provide them, and even Mississauga is on record on parks. We didn't do what we needed to do to deliver parks. We underestimated the population. So I think that it's really important that we not just dismiss these questions that have come forward, because we've been trying to get answers to this for clarity for a while. And while I've read the development charges report, and I understand you're telling me 1.7, I'm concerned that we are going to make the same mistake that other communities have made, which underestimates what population is coming. I'm pretty confident the region's going to build the pipes as big as they frickin' can. But this is about, you know, what is really the level of population, which I'm going to hold up the thing, that's going to be in this. Because this is North Oakville. This, and this is 1 square kilometer. And we are projecting, this preferred concept is projecting a population for this amount. And yet we have, you know, we have a very different example. So the numbers matter, the accuracy, where my council colleague and I will agree is we need to be clear, and we need it in writing, because we're going to be held to task for what the future of Oakville is. My other question is that because I'm, you know, with all due respect to my council colleagues, several of them were on council when Midtown was agreed to. What I'd like to understand is how and if they actually contemplated this level of population in 1 square kilometer. Did they understand that a minimum 200 people in jobs and taking more growth in Midtown than other areas is truly going to be upwards of 75,000 people in 4 decades or less? Because I think you have to ask yourself, are you okay with that? Are you okay with what we will leave behind? And so I then going to transition to this question of defensibility and flexibility. And we're not in camera, so I am not going to spend time on a legal argument. But what I'm looking for, and I would hope our staff would take away from the OMG, is the possibility. To not defend what's in front of us and say that we're vulnerable. We're vulnerable all the time.
Councillor, they answered the question regarding their opinion. Much as you may take it that they're defending, they considered what was put before them. And they said, looking at the OMG plan, these are the things that we can take away that we can use, and other things that we don't think are defensible. That's their opinion.
So I understand that's their opinion, but I guess my ask is that you sit down and actually explore the potential of the plan, not just an overnight view, but actually engage in a conversation that says, so do you have to have all of those towers and have a built form that is got public health implications, environmental implications, and explore and come back to this committee or council to show us something better. Because yesterday you made a fairly large point about how it's built on, I'll get my words correct here, population is the result of the policies in place. So the policies in place, I understand you want us to approve a policy, you want us to get these permissions right. The residents understand we have to get the permissions right, but the population and the appropriateness of the population is important. So if you can come back with a different built form and you say that population is what the net is, I'd like to see that. And I think the public should see that. But the other piece about that is that we've assumed that there is no additional growth that could be redistributed. And I take my council colleagues' point. We need to understand, you know, what the growth is all the way around. And I certainly did look at those JBE numbers very closely when they came out. But the delegate is right. There was no developable land considered in the distribution of those numbers. And so what I'd ask is, my council colleague already asked for it, is understanding those numbers. Because we can presume that, you know, you've got it right, but without looking at the size of the parcel of land, do you have Bronte right? Do we have the Trafalgar Corridor right? Trafalgar Corridor is really an absolute flow to the GO station and is supporting the GO station. Are they 4 times the minimum that they were supposed to have? And what is their land mass? I'm certainly not advocating anybody take more than what creates a great community for them. I am asking that we be transparent with the developable land numbers. So I think those are critical numbers to asking ourselves, is Midtown really required to put that many people in 1 square kilometer? Because the mandate from the province is the minimum. And the mandate from the province is we must grow. And so I take Lee's point, we've got to figure out a way to use OMG and find a way to fit in all those pieces. But there's a nugget here that is absolutely worth exploring. And what I've heard is, you know, I'm worried about our vulnerability. Well, we're vulnerable all the time. So I really believe the joint best planning estimates have false assumptions and or a lack of clarity for all of council to really understand, are we okay with up to 75,000 people, 4 times what was initially approved in 1 square kilometer? Are we okay with that? I'm not sure how we bridge the divide, as Councillor Amiro said, but one of the ways I know we can do that is actually if we do have workshops and if we do have, you know, a collaborative discussion on here's a potential idea, here's where the other idea, how do they come together? And that is a commitment I would ask that this committee direct or find a way to direct staff to deliver, because it is, we need an OPA. We need an OPA that's for the future, not just to make other people, you know, say we checked a box. We have a responsibility to build for a community that's livable, not just, you know, on paper, but in reality. And livability is about community. And we don't write OPAs just to meet population targets. We're supposed to write OPAs to build a community. So I've got some asks in there, and I'm hoping that they will be provided. I could go on, but I think what I really ask ourselves, is this the legacy? So there is that preferred concept. There's lots of things I'm grateful for. A year ago, I didn't even think I'd see that much green, true green. I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for the fact that somebody's looked at that road network. I'm grateful I see divided bike lanes. I'm grateful that there are opportunities for a pedestrian closure, possibly. But as someone said yesterday, we've only come so far. We're not there yet. And I really think that that's a gap in terms of information that's been shared and the level of complexity that's been provided in terms of the detail. Madam Chair, there is a procedural matter that I'd like to raise, and a couple of the delegates raised. I truly believe the work is not done. And I certainly don't have the level of information, nor does the public, to be comfortable with a draft OPA and what you've taken away as what we desire as a community. So My request is that the committee be extended. And if Mayor Burton, it's because he has the only authority to do that, does not wish to do that, then I would like to put forward another alternative. And so through you, Chair Dudek, can I have my question answered?
Maybe I could ask the clerk, along with Mayor Burton, whether he could assist in this regard.
What's the question? That was a bit of a fire hose there.
Yeah, that's how we felt on Friday when we got all the documents too. My question is, will you extend the committee of the whole to allow us to get the knowledge, close the gap, perhaps change the format so we can actually have a workshop formats to get to a better place?
I am not going to extend the committee. This matter is going to move to council. And council is the place for this because council can make decisions and we need to start making decisions. Staff have already indicated that workshops are part of their promise for the next few months. And so I would urge you to consider that you're not losing anything, you're actually gaining.
So, thank you. Chair Dudek, then through that, I'd like to advise the committee that I have a petition for a special council meeting signed by the majority of councillors requesting a special council meeting on February 27th for the following purpose: to receive a summary of the feedback from the public information meeting set on February 15th, to hear and discuss answers to the public's questions on the preferred concept, and discuss how council will act on the recommendations listed below we see as necessary to assess a new OPA and make the right decision for the livability and future of Oakville. And I won't read out all of it, but I will be handing it to the clerk in accordance with the procedure bylaw. And while I realize that my voice has gotten strident, I would say to you that the public is informed. The public has spent an enormous amount of time trying to get clarity and to be a part of this process. However we end up and whatever we end up approving, we serve the public and we serve the future of Oakville. And getting to the right place, I know every single one of you here wants to get to the right place, but we have work to do.
Councillor, we all feel the same.
And Madam Chair, please let me add, I couldn't agree more, and that's why it's time to go to council.
Okay. We've all been considerate. We've all been considerate of everybody's delegations. Please, Mr. Sprossen, it's restricted to table. We cannot entertain anything from the floor. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, can we take this offline? Because again, I'm not going to get into cross debate. You're duly noted, okay? Okay. Okay, I'm going to declare recess so we can get some legal advice and the clerks in regards to the procedural bylaw, but my understanding is it's restricted to table. We don't get into cross debate at this point. And what you're doing is basically cross debate. Shall we take a recess for 5 minutes and maybe discuss with staff? Madam CAO, can you maybe assist as well? Recessed. Okay, thank you. We're resumed in public session. I apologize, but I was in need of some clarity from our legal department and our clerks regarding it. I misunderstood Councillor Haslett-Thiel that she was wanting to table a motion this evening, and under our procedural bylaw, that is not permitted in the committee of the whole. So she is going to be dealing with that offline through the clerk's office. but I appreciate the fact that you've raised it and made it known so the benefit of the audience in terms of the request is in process. I have a second speaker, Councillor Elgar. Are you finished, Councillor Haslett-Theo?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I heard, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago that Councillor Gettings and Councillor Haslett-Theo had questions they wanted to make sure were answered. And I know they you know, and at that point, Councillor Gettings didn't read it out. But for the benefit of those watching, who if they're still watching, I thought, I'm not asking for staff to respond to any of it. All I'm asking is, I would be interested to know what the questions they have, and I'm sure we'll deal with it later. But as long as it's not a list of over half an hour of talking, maybe if Councillor Gettings could read it out, just so the public can hear what concerns they have.
Okay, just be patient. What I was going to ask is for staff, if we don't have any further speakers, I was going to ask staff to give us a summary of the issues list that they've got thus far, and we can certainly add questions to that list that we think are still outstanding. I had indicated that earlier as well. So Councillor Gettings and Councillor Haslett-Theo, if you're the other ones that want to add that. Mayor Burton, I'll come to you in a minute, but that was the intention, dealing with the issues list first to confirm that everybody had the concerns they heard or have heard from the public that staff have captured.
At this time of night, I was just kind of hoping they could read it out and the staff could take it away. But okay, whatever. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, Mayor Burton.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I understood the councillor to have undertaken to send the questions to staff, and I'm assuming that he's already done it. I have not, if he were interested to copy the members of council, that might assist everyone to get on the same page. I haven't seen it in my mailbox yet. The way you've pointed us towards the staff reading the issues list, if I understood you correctly, assuming they have received Councillor Giddings' list, they'll be reading it, and they can mention that, those numbers are his, and away we go.
Thank you. Just to confirm, Commissioner, do you have receipt of those questions from Councillor Giddings that you can add to the ones that you've already indicated?
Yes, we
Okay.
have received those.
So proceed, if you wouldn't mind giving us the list of the ones you've captured thus far. I think Director Charles will probably summarize that for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And do certainly appreciate the effort and the comments that we have received from the public. It has been very helpful, and we have been working away at trying to collect the points that have been made. We're well over about 8 pages right now. So I think what I can offer council is we will certainly make sure that the clerk has that full list of comments and issues. Give us some time to clean that up, as well as incorporate what was circulated by Councillor Giddings. But what I can offer council at this point is a high-level summary of the main points that we had heard without all of the details that had come through with those comments, if that would work for council.
Okay, while I appreciate that effort, my concern is members of the public who may want to see that list to ensure that their questions or concerns were also captured. So is there a landing page we can have that?
So, Madam Chair, what we will do is we will provide the full list to the clerk, and the clerk can incorporate all of the comments that have been received as part of the minutes, along with the comments and the questions that have been raised by Councillor Giddings, if that works.
That sounds great. So are you going to try to provide us with the flyover?
I am right now, and
Okay.
hopefully you can bear with me. The list is still a little bit long. I do
I
apologize
can imagine. That's
if there
okay.
are some duplicates throughout, but I think we're trying to capture it. So what we've heard, and as I'll summarize, what were the commonalities amongst all the parties, and provide a summary and post that where appropriate. Improved connectivity of the proposed 3-hectare park. Cultural and retail area. How do we create strategies and policies to achieve the retail and cultural vision? It needs to be justified and viable. And is there a plan B for when there's a shift in the retail market? How will the OPA reflect challenges in the office market? If nothing changes with Metrolinx and the platform isn't extended, how will that affect the overall plan? Look at the Copenhagen model in consideration of how it can influence and shape the Midtown OPA. Provide clarity around what is the amount of developable area that can be used. Review the distribution of density across Midtown in the context of provincial density requirements. Explore options for utilizing community planning permit system, including potentially building policies into the OPA. Consider the transportation network and rationalize the rights of way widths and the cross sections. Focus on the foundation of infrastructure and transportation and the parks system through to 2031. The delivery and integration of affordable housing, how will that be answered through the OPA? Report back through the statutory public meeting report on the financial implications, next steps, and capital planning, and provide an order of magnitude. Pursue cost-sharing agreements to deliver community amenities early. Ensure development of Midtown addresses the needs of families. Identify how Midtown will be integrated into Oakville and connected to the adjacent areas. Identify the relative affordability in the proposed plan compared to other building typologies and locations, and will the community design be more or less affordable? Ensure livability at a human scale and what density should be and how it will transition to adjacent areas, and need to plan for a complete community and a high quality of life. And so, as I said, Madam Chair, the details of that, and I think we're up to about 8 pages and 55 points will be presented to the clerk, which provides a little bit more meat on the bone with those items. And if there's others that I've missed that council wants to highlight, I'll certainly do that now.
Councillor No.
I don't know, I can't remember if I asked this or not at some point, but if I haven't, I apologize. Is it possible to get an understanding of the method in which school allocation or school accommodations are calculated? Because I know that there's a differential between calculating them in a typical ground-oriented housing stock versus a condominium. I'd like to know what that formulation is and how that works. Because we've heard lots of numbers between 3, 5, 11, a number of numbers have come up, and it would be good to understand how that actually works in the context of the bill form proposed here.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can certainly get that confirmation from the school boards. We have met with them to discuss the options in Midtown, and that was how they presented us with the number of schools that would be needed over the longer term horizon, so we can provide some more detail around that.
Yeah, I think that almost everybody's going to be concerned about the kids, and so if we have a good understanding of that, I think that really helps us.
Thank you. Councillor Haslett-Theo.
I just wanted to highlight that there was a request for different options with different built forms than towers. And there was an option that a request that consideration to meet with the OMG proposal or suggestion to see if there was a way forward of optimizing it. There was also a core question in there around defining what is optimal versus maximization of the land. I think that is a core question. I know it was on the top of my list, but I apologize I didn't get it on the table at the question time. But those are just some of the additional ones that are in there. We have asked for new, as we did in December, multiple renderings that could give us a variation and how they net out in terms of density and population. That they come back with that as well.
Thank you. Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The difficulty with not knowing what's on all those 8 pages is not knowing what's being missed. So is there the ability, if that gets circulated to members of council, can we email you back and council member and copy members of council and say, I think we missed this or missed that? Because I don't know what we've missed and I'm not sure what's on there.
Through Madam Chair, absolutely. This is a living list. We receive on a continuous basis additions for the tracking list, and if there's an exclusion, sure.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you have another? Go ahead, Councillor Haslett-Theo.
I'd just like to ask that we don't do it on the tracker. while I appreciate the tracker has been a method to convey one perspective or an answer, it's limited. And so the questions being there would be fine, but really, these are deep, either suggestions, questions. They will make a difference in terms of our knowledge. If it could be, I think you suggested, Chair Dudek, a landing page, like really like call it out. These are the workable things once everybody has had a chance to make sure that their questions are on there or their issues.
Thank you.
My request.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Before I entertain a motion, I just have a few comments. I want to thank everyone for their engagement throughout this Midtown Committee process. The passion and the effort that you've all shared through your emails, your attendance at the committee meetings, stakeholder or open house sessions are a true testament to how much we love our community and how we're willing to work at getting it right. We as a community are wrestling with challenges and opportunities that may not be of our choosing, but they need to be addressed nonetheless. This process is not over. There is still more work to be done. We still have to work on the official plan amendment and the implementation process that will be occurring throughout 2024. I encourage you to stay engaged. We need everyone's input to make this plan a success. Your first opportunity is February 15th at the Public Information Center here at Town Hall at 6:30. I would encourage you to register your attendance through the website at oakville.ca/midtown. As stated last night, there will be a statutory public meeting for Midtown at the end of April, where a draft of the official plan amendment will be presented. The draft will be released at least 20 days ahead of the meeting, so you'll have sufficient time to review it and come prepared for that April meeting. I hope you will continue to stay informed and engaged throughout the remainder of the process. Sorry, I've got another note here. Where did it go? Well, I guess it didn't make it. There it is, sorry. Something collectively, how's that? We can build on our past successes and maintain those characteristics that make Oakville so special. A community that not only aspires to be the most livable town in Canada, but the most loved. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and attention. I will now entertain a motion to receive the report entitled Midtown Program Proposed Land Use Concept. Councillor Longo, thank you. Any opposed? No, that's carried. And we are therefore adjourned. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I have one last comment. I think I could be bold enough to thank you on behalf of every member of council for your leadership through this process. You've done a wonderful job, and we really appreciate the work that you've done. And of course, thank you to all the folks that came to speak to us and the staff and the consultants. It's been a good process. And it's, as you said, there's a long journey yet ahead, but I want to make sure that you're recognized for the job you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.